And there we go. Let's see, does everything sound okay? Let me unmute the stream, give it a little listen. I think that's okay. Let me just move it around a little bit, and okay. There we go. So, we've got a new overtime stream. We're going into May. Hopefully, we get to Maraxsis today. Because if we don't, I guess I just gotta keep on going until we do, but man, I sure hope it doesn't take me 24 hours to clear Gleba. That would be interesting. Let's just go ahead and jump into things. Oh yeah, where we left off last time, I was getting my, my mech suit ready to go. I don't quite have the research yet, but that does give me time to review the spaceship and see how we are doing. So my new planet ship, good old Hack Kid's house, is on the way with all my supplies for setting up my starter base on Gleba. I did want to give it a look and see if I was missing anything. Probably have a few too many miners, but that's because I double request miners somewhere. Yeah, New Planet Start actually requests 100 miners. For some reason, that's far too many. And then I have another 40 down here. Let's see, I have silo supplies, so I can make at least one silo. I do have some building supplies here and there. Got belts, power poles. Not a lot of inserters, but some. I do have a spiderling, but it has no equipment on it, unfortunately. Bots, of course. Some concrete. No landfill, which for something like Gleba would have been nice, but landfill's so expensive to launch up. Missed my Wednesday stream and hit a hard motivation wall in Gleba 2 hours into Thursday, so I still haven't been to Maraxsis. I mean, fortunately, I'm one of the people of the opinion that Gleba is actually pretty fun. I'm not all that worried about starting today on Gleba. You might hear me joke about it, but that's mostly for the memes. But you know, I'm pretty okay with Gleba. What I'm not quite so okay with is that I am still waiting on science production, and I would like to not be. A little curious if I could just build more labs. Am I missing anything in particular? If anything, science seems to be lagging. Of course, Fulgora science is going to be the slow one. I like Gleba, it can just be a lot, especially when I randomly decide to try to do it in a new way. Fair. Though sometimes trying to do something in a new way works out. For example, I'd never made a sushi Fulgora base before, it just sounded fun. And it may not be my most productive Fulgora base that I've ever made, but you know what? The science is running. All the science materials are mostly running. These are backed up. These are just waiting on batteries. So, you know, it's working decently enough, and it was simple to just scrap together, pun intended. And, yeah, there was nothing to it this time. I mean, we got the tier 2s in here. I didn't think I actually had the tier 2 prods in there. But yeah, everything's working pretty decently. This is not quite working as I would hope it would, but oh well. They should be lane balanced too, which is odd. Yeah, this is completely empty, and this is not. Oh well, whatever. We've got some alerts I guess I can go look at. Sulfuric acid and power is in fact low. How is that possible? I've got so much sulfuric acid production. How is that possible? Like, all of this is coming along. Making sure it's not pump limited, but this pipe is empty. Yeah, you're full. you're also not running full uptime. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of sulfuric acid usage. The outgoing pump is disabled. Fortunately, this tank has a good buffer in it. Those 2 patches are less than you'd think. I had to go grab more north. Yeah, like, it has been a problem, like, the entire time. I do keep running out of sulfuric acid, and I keep throwing more on there and thinking it'll be fine, and it's just not. I am missing, like, 5 patches over here somewhere, but I figured killing a whole worm for 5 sulfur spouts probably wasn't worth, so they just get to stay. I do technically have this tiny little patch up here, but I've been dedicating this entire thing into science. You might already know, but divide the percentage by 10 and get the real rate. Not including productivity. You mean when you hover over this, for example. So like the 1750 there is 175 per second? Is that what you mean? At any rate, I'm not yeah, okay. I'm not particularly bothered by it, but it almost looks like they're going to starve themselves for power somehow. Like, the steam tanks are not able to stay full. That's really interesting. Like, output of steam has disabled. Yeah, I don't know. I have enough balances in place that Vulcanus won't kill itself. It's just odd that it's still struggling so much. Probably not including speed mods. Fair enough. Yeah. The very first time I noticed we were struggling on sulfur, I only had the 1 patch, so I just threw mods into it. And then when I expanded over here, it just was a no-brainer to throw mods into them as well. Yeah, it is pretty small, especially for this many over here. Like, that's a lot of geysers, and that's not a lot of output. Like, this one over here is down to 708 though, so 17 something is still much appreciated. Hey, what's up? How's it going? I'm just waiting on... Oh, it just finished. I was just waiting on my mech suit, and then I'm gonna head off to Gleba. Let's go ahead and disable you. Yep, I knew you were coming in. Knew you were gonna do that. You know what? Let's just do this now. And I'll just request the materials directly in here. Have fun. And then I can just pop you in. Fully speed beaconed and still did not have enough. Ran into acid issues before coal somehow. Yeah, coal's... I've been a little, probably overly cautious of draining my coal patch on Vulcanus, which is why I have my coal demand already split across 3 different coal patches. And this one, I guess is doing okay. The shape had me worried for a second, and I do think I've probably trimmed off the extremities. It's just that the big mining drills have such a large radius that it doesn't matter. But yeah. This is, this patch up here is just for yellow science, and then this one down here is just for oil processing, and then this patch is for everything in the main base, which I think is mostly just to produce circuits for rockets. Yeah, I don't think I even use coal for anything but plastic in here. I don't remember doing that anyway. Okay, what are you still missing? Supercapacitors. You need more holmium. I don't have more supercapacitors. That's interesting. I only need like 20 though. Let me go see if I can manually give them a hand. Holmium plate. And holmium plate. Okay, so it's just holmium. I think I can manage that. Now, it does look like science is going to be eating most of these, unfortunately. And the thing is, it's not like I want to stop science. But maybe just for the short term? Yeah, they're not taking any over where I would like them to. So I might just start stealing them out of science. Because otherwise we're going to be here a while. Let's see. You... mostly holmium. Okay, let me just keep these stocked with holmium. And make sure they keep running. And then I'll just keep stripping these out of these science assemblers. If I can find them. Okay, there's one. We don't have to do this too terribly much, because we only need like 20 of these. So give me just a moment to get this all sorted out. Yeah, that's already 11, so let me just go ahead and throw those in and see if the bots have done literally anything down here. We need... no, we need 9 more. Okay, let me just... can I kill the requests here? There we go. And I'll just take care of the rest, I guess. And then once we have the mech suit, then we're off to Gleba. That's already 4. But only 4, okay. There's one more. Oh, nope, it was immediately used, okay. Oh, there's one if I can stop standing on the belt. Let's see, 3 more. Bring it back, thank you. You got one? Nope. Any others? There's one. Okay, and there's the 9 that we need. We are all cool. Let's throw this in, and then once it's complete, we are off. I can trash all this stuff again. And, I guess one more time, let me make sure that, we are all stocked up. One thing that I did not remember to bring on my first trip down to Gleba is I do like bringing flamethrowers. If you actually look at pentapods, let me bring up the... let me just alt-click on something to bring up the wiki, go to enemies, and look at just a random pentapod. You'll notice they actually don't have any flame resistance, which makes flamers very good against pentapods. Does mean you have to ship fuel in, of course, because you're not going to be making any sort of flamethrower fuel on Gleba, but flamers take so little oil that it's actually completely worth it. So if I come down to new planet from... this really should be marked from Novice, but at the time I was naming this, I wasn't following that convention yet. I kind of thought Novice was going to be supplying all of my new planet supplies. But I'll just come up here, let's say next to the lasers, I guess. And we're going to request flamers. And we're going to request barrels of light oil. Maybe in here? I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. Only 10. Rocket capacity is 100. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. I don't even make these on Novice. I will have to set up production. I just, and maybe not new planet. Maybe this gets to go in a dedicated supply group down here. Let's see. This is going to be Gleba. Let me find Gleba. So Gleba requests for Novice. And then I will include flamers and flamethrower fuel. So flamers from Novice. And light oil 100. There we go. Once you go through Gleba Tech, you could go through carbon coal liquefaction for flamethrower and turrets. That is true, but like you're saying, it does require the Gleba science, and at that point... Oh no, it's absolutely viable. Like, you could absolutely do that. Let's just leave that there. And then the next time we swing around to Novice, we will pick that up. So at the moment, we're waiting on Fulgora, not just for ammo, but for me. So this is surely done. Yes, it is. So let's just pick all that up. And for some reason, it dumped everything on the floor. My armor's on. My equipment, however, is not. So let me go ahead and throw all that in. This can go just over here somewhere, I guess. We got legs. And of course, this was my equipment from Power Armor Mark II, so the grid's going to be quite a lot bigger now that I have the mech suit. By about that much. Though I'll have to fill it out with extra stuff eventually, but for the time being, I'm not all that concerned. Thank you, bots. Alright, let's go catch a rocket. Let's see, this guy right here. And once we land on the platform, it should immediately leave to go and land on Gleba. Go bots, go! Deliver that science. Still love the space transition. Never gets old. And let's see. And we're off. There we go. No? Oh, come on. Are we still waiting? We're still waiting on ammo? 300's fine. Oh, you're also not queued up to go to Gleba. I thought I already did all that. Alright, well, we're heading off to Gleba then. So let's add something so that it only takes off if I'm there and after a little bit of time so I don't have to rush. Oh, and of course, an ammo count, as all the other stops have. Granted, I'm ignoring the ammo count this time, but I am just trying to get a move on. I want to get Gleba started so that I can see if I've missed anything, because if I have, it's gonna be a minute before I can get a new supply drop. And I suppose while we're traveling, this is a good time to take a sip of coffee. And believe me, today I'm gonna need my coffee. About halfway there. Oh, a little more than halfway. Wonder where we are on the star map. Yeah, okay. So, it was probably about, like, I don't know, 60%. I never used the star map. I always feel like the star map's a little cooler than I remember it being every time I look at it. Also interesting, something I didn't realize, is that the only way to get to Maraxsis is from Fulgora or Vulcanus, so we will have to make a second jump there. And we're just about there. And let's drop. So first things first, once we land, we're going to drop a landing pad, and then we're going to just dump everything we can. I guess I do kind of want to scout around a little bit. I would like to find a at least somewhat nice place. There's a giant stone patch here. Not very rich at all, but by Gleba standards, that's sizable. Definitely don't get orbital mechanics, but surely if that path from Vulcanus to Maraxsis works, you should be able to get there from Novice. You would think so, huh? Yeah, this is why I had to have the mech suit before coming to Gleba. Just watch as I jump. Every time I jump, that is something in my way. So, The mech suit may not be a hard requirement of Gleba, but it's pretty much a soft requirement. Like, just look at this. Yeah, that's Gleba for you. Okay. Cheating just a little bit from having to make the thumbnail and being the one who set the map up. I know there is some purple plants to our south and a little bit of green to the north, as there often is in your starting location on Gleba, but, you know, I did want to at least run down and reveal them, and then I'm going to figure out where the landing pod should go, and then start sending my starter supplies down. Exactly, like the patch only had like 150,000, something like that, 175,000, so it's not going to go very far. It's just large area-wise. There we are. I think I see the green bits. Not quite as large as purple, but they never seem to be in my experience. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but the Yumiko always seems a lot smaller than the jelly nut. Oh, let me just accidentally kill these wrigglers. I'm gonna just leave that egg there. It can just surprise me later. Anyway, let's say the drop pod gets to go, or the landing pad gets to go somewhere around these cliffs on the minimap here. Maybe even like right in here on the other side of these cliffs. That is mostly out of the way if I'm reading the map right, because it looks like there's a good strip of pretty buildable land right here, and that's something you gotta worry about on Gleba, because there's so much water everywhere. This actually seems like a pretty decent factory area. Haven't actually made anything on Gleba yet, it was all just landfill. I mean, yeah, that's kinda how Gleba goes. I mean, just look at all the little water patches everywhere. Anyway, let's find our landing pad. Is that you? Yes, it is. So, dump you first. Off you go. Something on Novice? Yeah, something on Novice getting chewed on again. Unfortunately, I have no idea where that's going to go. Over here, it looks like. Way on down here. I still don't see it, but maybe I'm blind. Does it maybe show up on the map? Okay, it's over there. It's hiding. Look at that. Look at where it chose to go. Like, if I turn off ult, that is almost completely impossible to see. I wonder how much health the landing pads have and what happens if they blow up, because there's like this boom puff over here, which explodes when you mine it. Wonder what happens if those blow up. Do you just lose their contents? Speaking of, let's go ahead and mine some of this stuff out of the way just a little bit. It just, the booms specifically make it annoying for bots to clear stuff out, because you keep getting damage notifications, and it always causes me a little mini panic attack when that happens. Anyway, cargo right there. Seems fine. Back to good old Hack Kid. First things first, let's see if I can dump a couple of the cargo holds, if I have any. I don't actually remember if I specifically request cargo holds. Actually, I don't see any. Yeah, okay, unless I'm just blind, I don't think I actually have any. I guess that's fine. Let's get some assemblers down, a couple big mining drills, temporary power, some solar, and a few accumulators is cool. Definitely want construction and Logi bots. Might as well get the spider down here. Power pole, power pole, power pole. Some pipes, I guess. And lots of belt. Let's just get all the belt down there. And one more. Oh, we might be just about full. Yeah, I don't want to overfill this guy. Let's make sure I send down the implants, the modules, maybe furnaces? I don't even know if I actually request furnaces on purpose, or if that's just because I have to have furnaces up here. Yeah, I'll send down some furnaces, why not? Glyph explosives, very important. Some of the greens, some copper, some iron. I'm not sending it all because I don't want to do that at the moment. I might send down some lumber mills. We're gonna wind up with some incidental wood. So many times I need to pick up the cargo bays on my ship, send them down, and replace it because I forgot to include them in my planet starter list. Yeah, it's not something that I was thinking about clearly, so they're not top priority, I guess. And in fairness, I didn't wind up needing them immediately, so I guess it worked out okay. Did I send down a roboport? I did not. At least I don't think I did. Might as well send some repair packs. We'll need foundries, I guess. Anything else? I guess I might as well send a few lasers down, though they're not going to be super useful before terribly long. Combinators. I don't think I care about combinators. I think I'll just send a little more iron, copper, and circuits. Some of the reds. And then I'm purposely not sending down the silo ingredients yet, because I don't actually have room for all of them. Let's see, you remembered the landing pad at least? Forget that all the time. The landing pads, I almost forgot. In fact, I think it was only because I went to Lignumus first that they wound up on my new planet setup guide from the very beginning. If not for that, I probably wouldn't have remembered. Okay. Let's start finding room for things. So let's grab roboports, cliffs, some bots. Power poles are important. So I'll leave the bots some. There we are. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what all I need to take myself, but I'll do my best. Okay, let's start with that. So, copper stromatolite, actually very conveniently placed, but at the moment I'm not able to deal with you, so you just have to stay there. First things first, let's clear some of these random cliffs in here. Just run around and clean up a little bit, because whatever's in here, I'm definitely gonna need the room. And there are, maybe not quite Vulcanus levels, but there are a lot of cliffs on Gleba, so bringing cliff explosives is always a good idea. You got this, guys. I believe in you. Oh, am I out already? See, there's quite a lot. Maybe I'll be a little more cautious with my cliff explosives after this last pass here, but I know I am gonna want the room, so I might as well get it taken care of. And then just start placing stuff down, I guess. So, let's start with solar, because it's gonna be a minute until I can get anything else going. Maybe I'll throw solar up above the landing pad here, somewhere in this area. Maybe grab a substation to help me plan out a little bit. This is not going to be one of my full solar stamps, of course, one of these guys, because I'm certainly not going to have the landfill to produce that, so we're going a little smaller and a little more, you know, purposeful for the time being. So let's just get this placed down however much I can, and then when we hit the substation that's going to throw off the pattern, we get accumulators. And does this just work? Yes, it does. But not across the bottom, so we get another row of accumulators down there. And the great thing about this pattern is, sure, maybe it's not the ratio or anything, But you can just copy and paste it, and everything will just fit together. I don't want to put you here because there's copper stromatolite there, and I do want to, once again, be a little bit mindful about how I'm spending my... Not spending necessarily, but they would spoil immediately, and I do want to keep some of them, so I'll let them stay for now. Let's grab a few more. Do I have any more solar? Probably on the ship I do. Yeah, might as well just send all that down. I say not sending all of it down, I realize, but you know what I mean. I'll send all the solar panels down. No reason to leave some of the solar behind. There they are. And in they go. Good. And cool. Okay. Let's get the rest of this placed down. At least as much as I can. Oh yeah, we're already out of solar. Okay. That's as much as I brought with me, so that'll just have to do. Let's bring this down somewhere. Is that water or a plant? That is definitely water. Okay. Well, that'll have to do. So, Roboport. Let's go ahead and just start you, like, right here. Okay, bots, please. Thank you. And that'll give me a good starting spot. We have 5 megawatts of starting power, so not a lot, but not nothing. Let's go ahead and grab all the bots. And other than my personals, how do I do this? Yeah. There we are, and then 5. Okay. Anything else I need in here? Not particularly at the moment. So, great thing about Gleba is since it's spore-based and not pollution-based, you really don't have to worry about attacks until you have your full farming operation up and running. So you can kind of just chill for a bit, but of course you do have to remember that time spent on the planet does still increase your time-based evolution. So you also don't really want to dilly-dally, but you don't have to be speedrunning either. That being the case, I am just kind of running around, clearing out a little bit, and trying to think about how I want to start. Because of course I do want to start with metals, which means I need bacteria, which does mean I need some steady source of nutrient, which then just loops back around to, okay, how do I get the nutrients going? And I guess for that, the most logical way to start would be to go ahead and get the trigger techs out of the way. So I need the iron and the copper stromatolite, so I might as well go ahead and mine one of each. And as there's so conveniently a copper right here, I'll go ahead and grab that. And unfortunately, stromatolite, you can't just search for that. Like if I come up here and just search for stromatolite, that's not going to get me anything. So I will just have to kind of run around and keep an eye out. But there is, of course, the deconstruction planar trick. So I can see there's copper in this area. More copper. More copper. No iron yet. Of any kind. And then I can't see down there because there's no radar, but I bet that's where I want to be. Spent 5 hours standing on the planet before I tried to do anything. The first nest I attacked sent out stompers. To be fair, that has nothing to do with how long you've been on the planet. There are just smaller and larger agraphs, and they just appear at random. And larger agraphs just have stompers. In fact, once again, having set up the planet in the first place, I happen to know, a little bit cheaty, I will admit, but what can you do? There's a nest, or rather an egg raft, right around up here that just has stompers. Anyway. Iron? Okay, there is iron somewhere. Okay, right in that patch. Right up this way somewhere. How's it going? Bottom left one, huh? gotta admit, I did not see that far. There's iron up here somewhere. Why am I blind? Hold on, is it you? You're still copper, I thought you were copper. That's still copper. Let's just go a little slower. Oh, I hit iron. There you are. Okay, you're just hiding in the plants. Okay, first bit of iron, might as well grab a couple. Okay, we've got all the trigger text now. Let's see what I can actually build. Oh, and we finally finished Teslas. I might actually want to set Teslas up real quick. Let me make my way back to the landing pad, just so I know where I am, and then I'm going to go set up Tesla tower production. That just seems important. Yeah, I'll just chill like right around in here, and let's get Teslas. I believe those can be made in an EM plant, but can I just put you down? No, that's all ocean. I can put you down over here and check your recipes. So yes, of course you can make Teslas. Just had to double check. What actually, what are the ingredients in a Tesla? Let me double check that. You do take supercapacitors. That's kind of what I was afraid of. Nothing else is really a problem. I can supply everything else, but supercapacitors keep being a problem. I mean, all I can really do is set it up and they'll make what they make, I guess. So I didn't see it in the decom planner, but there should have been iron plants in the lake on the right. Only saw copper when you used it, so maybe I'm remembering wrong. Well, I found them one way or the other, but I am gonna need more eventually, so I'll keep it in mind. I think this is just gonna be bot-based, so I won't worry too terribly much about positioning or anything. I'll just throw it, like, down in here somewhere. I have to actually find room, though. I guess you're maybe gonna go in here. It's about the best I got. So let's say this one is the turret, and then this one makes the gun. Oh, I did forget the fluid requirement. Can I just run fluid down? I could, but that would be a pain, so let's just move them one more time. They get to go up here somewhere. Up with science, I guess. Yes, you can go over here. That's fine. Yep, okay. Oh, cool. So, fluid. Let's just grab the pipe. Maybe go ahead and rotate you guys. Get you a solid connection right there. I do need, like, inserters, but I guess I can put one pair on the right over there. In which case, can I raise you one? I can definitely raise you one. And that just fits way better. There we go. Anything I need to be wary of? Plastic I probably don't have access to from bots. Everything else should be okay. Oh no, I do have plastic. Plastic's gonna be down here. And I have quite a lot of plastic actually, somehow. So yeah, we should be a-okay. So, this can be output, and then input. Which way did I go? Okay, so there's my input, and then output. Go ahead and make sure these are... Oh, you can be logistics limited, you don't need a circuit wire. So, Tesla gun, Tesla gun. There you are. How many of these do I want to keep? You're just an ingredient for me, so like 10, I guess. And the turret itself. What is your rocket size? Hold on, where is your rocket size? Rocket capacity 10. Okay. Good question. Maybe like 20 then? They're little. They take a long time to make. Maybe I'll keep like 40. That's overkill, very overkill, but I'd rather have them and not need it than the other way around. So let's go ahead, let's copy what I do down here. So I'll just copy one of these comparators, And it was easier to copy it than just set it up, and what do you know, there's a convenient little place for you to just sit. So there's an input. There's an input. And then your output goes into request chest. You set requests. And then you read ingredients, right? Yes. And read ingredients. There we go. Superconductors. I have no superconductors, huh? Interesting. Yeah, we are lagging behind on holmium just a smidge. Just a smidge, though. Anyway, I just wanted to get it set up so that it can go ahead and get started. And... yeah, I'm not 100% happy with this, but I'm also not going to worry about it more than that. So let's just keep on setting up Gleba. So let me just jog my memory a smidge. Clear that. So for heating towers, which are kind of important, I do need some steel and some concrete. I might go ahead and send the ingredients down to make a silo. So let me grab this and chuck you up like here, and just go ahead and get my silo made. Assuming I have the room, I might need to take some of the stuff out first. And then hack it. Let's send all of this down. And then I'm gonna send HackKit out to go get resupplied. Come on down, guys. You got this. There's the steel. There's, well, everything else pretty much. Okay, steel, blue circuits, engines, pipe, and concrete. Okay. There's concrete. And I guess I already sent the pipe, because I don't see it anywhere. A few extra electric engines. Honestly, sure, go ahead and give me those. Why not? Might as well drop some of the extras down if I am going to be sending it off. I might just need them. Like, all of the cliff explosives are nice. All the steel, all the iron, all the copper. Maybe some extra greens. All the reds. Yeah, that's fine. Take the concrete out. Check it in. And then we just need pipe. And there it is. So that's gonna go ahead and get the very first silo made. And then I'll take the engines out and just throw them back in, I guess. This should already be assigned since I have a Gleba request for novice. Let's go ahead and make sure that is set. And let's get HackKid sent off. So you go ahead and you have just enough ammo to be safe, I'm pretty sure. You do have to make 2 jumps, though. Don't you? I'm pretty sure you have to make 2 jumps. Get from Gleba? No, you can go straight to novice. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking it was 2 jumps to novice, but you are just fine. Okay. Garbage truck is my dedicated Gleba ship, and it is up and running now. So I might go ahead and start trying to get some things set as well. So, item count. Let's make sure you have your ammo conditions set. So, don't leave if you have less than 500 ammo, and wait for all requests. And then novice will do the exact same thing. I do wish there was a way I could just copy these rather than having to set them from scratch every time. But such is life. All requests, there we are. And is there anything that you particularly want? Doesn't look like it. I should add the request section. There you are. And maybe I'll go ahead and take that one Gleba request off of HackKit and just allow the actual Gleba ship to supply those needs. Everything else looks a-okay. Yeah, okay. So you'll be fine. Let's actually get started here. So the bacteria breeding recipe, that needs to be done ideally in a bioplant, but I'm not going to be able to make a bioplant right away. In fact, I don't even think I have... I think there's a trigger tech for bioplant. Let's see. That is interesting. I don't remember being able... Oh, I do remember being able to do that. Okay, that does seem familiar. Okay. So I remember going through so much of my fruit at the beginning the very first time that I played through Gleba, because I did not want to have to keep going out and finding more rocks, and my setup kept dying. I hope you're still running. Okay, anyway. Do I have the bioplant? No, I have to make nutrients for the first time. That's pretty easy, though. So maybe I will go out. What is the recipe on a bioplant? I do not remember at all. I also don't see it. There it is. So, I need green circuits. I do need landfill. Nutrients, iron, and a pentapod egg. Okay. That seems surprisingly doable. All I need is the landfill. So maybe I'll go ahead and chuck a couple of these miners on this big stone patch over here. It does mean I need to grab a power pole. I don't have lamps, which is a little unfortunate. I do like having lamps. Okay, can I put you there? No, I can't. Okay, how about here? That one works. Alright. Guess we're gonna run power that way. Let me get a good drag going. And I'm just heading down to the big stone patch you can see on the minimap. There we go. So I'm not going to fully cover this thing or anything, I just want to get a little stone production going. Even if it is a little hard to tell exactly where this patch ends. I think I'm safe to start like here, and I'm not going to fully cover like that, that just seems wasteful on so little stone. In fact, can I just do that? No, it is going to leave a little strip in the middle, so I'll do something more like that. This one has to start over there. Yeah, okay, fine. And just a little more, let's see. You go there. I can't actually tell where this one ends, really. I believe it's right there. Let's go ahead and pick up that tree. And then we'll just have some on the bottom to match. Yeah, that's perfectly fine for now. I don't even know if I'm going to have the power to keep this running, honestly. But I am going to go ahead and lay that down, bring it up. That's not what I wanted. There we are. I don't have any splitters on me, weirdly enough. But anyway, I'm just trying to get this going and start stockpiling some landfill, because I really don't think I'm going to need stone for much other than landfill. Not for a good long time, anyway. Let's go ahead and throw you in a red chest, which I also don't have on me. Set your recipe. Maybe a green would be better here. Yeah, we're cool with that. Power poles. And just drag them across. That's fine. In you go. And let's see, where do you line up? Right there. Oh, that sucks. You know what? That gives me the opportunity to power this guy anyway. So, I'll take it. Yeah, sure. Okay. At least it's running. That's all that counts. Let me go grab some inserters and some other bits and bobs to get that finished up. So, splitters, inserters. I actually didn't grab chests, but I guess that's fine. I can use some of this leftover steel. And I didn't grab a red circuit or a green circuit, so let's make sure I have both of those. And let's get that all in place. What? Oh, I didn't grab greens because I'm stupid. I forgot I put a green on there. Okay, one more time. Let's go grab a green. Oh. I didn't send any greens down. Okay, that would be part of the problem, I suppose. Guess you do get to be... Maybe I'll just do a couple of fasts. Yeah, that should be fine. And that's just gonna sit there and blink on me for a while, but I'm not running roboports down to you as, like, very first thing. You just get to sit there and produce. I wonder, actually, how much is that taxing power? We are okay. Actually, surprisingly okay. With landfill on the go, all I really need to do is go grab just a smidge of fruit. Maybe I'll just head straight up north up here. And I guess I would need ammo if I wanted to try and take a nest, though actually my personal lasers were enough to take down a nest earlier. There we are. Is there a trigger for each of the fruits? Kind of. So, I don't really need it yet. It's just for recipes using that fruit, so it's fine. Let me see if I can find a little nest somewhere that personal lasers can take down. I don't know if I'm going to be able to deal with a strafer, let alone two, but I'm kind of curious, actually. How do I fare? Okay, that's not too bad at all. Stomper is going to be a little more challenging. Like, I can take the nest, though. I guess that's still a bonus. Strafer's Strafer's causing some stuns, which are not particularly awesome. I do want to grab some of the eggs, though. Okay, let's try and take the Strafer down if possible. Please? There we go, okay. And now, just out of curiosity, I'm just having fun. He and I killed a Stomper with just personal lasers. It does look like it, actually. I think it's gonna be a little slow, but I do think I can manage. Yeah, health is very slowly going down, and I would just leave. I don't really need to kill him for any particular reason. I just don't want to leave him here, and he might maintain aggro, so in like 3 minutes I might be minding my own business, and then suddenly there's just a Stomper in my landing pad, and that seems unpleasant. So, Stomper's gotta go. I will, however, leave the shell here, because that's a good source of an emergency egg if I ever do need one. Speaking of eggs, I have 9, and I am kind of on a time limit. So, let me see what I can do. Oh yeah, I have to craft nutrient. So let's come over here, do a single craft of nutrients. That should have been it. Right? Craft 10, okay. I only did 1. There we go. That should be enough. Also, I was just running blind and completely missed where I wanted to be. Okay, I do need steel. Let's grab steel. I think I need a little bit of iron, some green circuits. Go ahead and grab some copper. That should have triggered. I've definitely got 10 nutrients on me. Okay, let me try making nutrients from fruit mash or something instead. Which is definitely a thing okay, you can only be made in biochambers, which does make me think I have to be able to make... What? Am I missing something else? Oh, I have to have jelly nut first. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I missed there was a prereq. Let me go grab a little bit of jelly nut, and then we will be a-okay. Hopefully I don't have to craft another 10, and it just allows me. It is a bit of a trek down here, but we made it all the same. Let's just grab these guys. Okay. There we go, now I've got it. So let's grab some landfill. And that should be our first couple of biochambers. Hopefully I have a bit of a stockpile built up. Oh yeah, that's a decent amount. And that takes all the eggs, which is really what I was concerned with. Wanted to make sure I wasn't going to let them spoil in my backpack. So while that's all setting up, I should actually start planning out some production. So the main bacteria loop into foundries and all that, that's probably gonna go kind of up north, and then I'll have my plant, is that what I want to do though? Because this area in here is a little tighter, and this area offers a little more room, so maybe this should be main production, and then metals and all can go down here. That seems more reasonable. So... oh. Thanks for putting landfill there, but I really didn't want you to, so let's just go ahead and pick that up. Okay. Also, first silo did finish quite a while ago. I'll just go ahead and pick that up, I guess. Keep the silo in my pocket, why not? Okay, the biochambers are taking a minute to produce. I guess I could, hold on. Let's grab my first biochamber, pop it down, and make more biochambers with my biochamber. So, nutrients. Circuit, that's all going to spoil very soon. But I'll just make more when it does. Do I have speed? I do. There you go. That should help me get through it a little faster. Don't know if it's going to be quite fast enough. Okay, I actually do need more nutrients now. So let's go ahead and get that queued up. Oh, they are taking a second to craft. I forgot that it was 1 by 1 when you do it this way. There we are. And of course, the reason I'm doing it this way is this gives me productivity. So the same, I believe it was... actually, I don't remember. I think I had 8 eggs left over. So that'll leave me with 12 biochambers instead of just 8. So that's a pretty good return. Or just not doing it by hand. Go ahead and get a little more nutrients queued up. I was making spoilage out of nutrients. That's not what I wanted. Oh no, oh no, no. I was doing it right. Okay. Just read it wrong. Funny enough, I am out of spoilage. Am I gonna have enough? Yes, I need more iron. Okay. And there we go. Okay. So yeah, that was definitely worthwhile. Also have no more pentapod eggs on me. That's more what I was concerned about. So we are good. So yeah, metals down here, and then fruit production up in this area. Yeah, seems reasonable. So, biochambers. Let's run down this way. Maybe reveal a little more of the map so I don't get any nasty surprises. Just kind of run down through here. There's a little bit of water, but on Gleba you can never be too sure. You never know what the water's gonna hide. Does seem relatively peaceful down in this area, though. Yeah, it seems pretty chill, at least. So let's just go up in here. So starting with biochambers, you need nutrients, bacteria, and maybe one other thing? That's not the recipe that I want. Hold on. Do I just not have the bacteria? Okay, I have to make bioflux. It is another trigger tech. Okay, can I just make bioflux? Takes Yumiko and jelly. Let me see if I can just make that by hand. No, but I can make jelly. So 1, 2, 3, and then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. A little more mash before these few nutrients expire. Okay, there we go. There's the trigger tech. So I need iron bacteria and bioflux, and copper bacteria and bioflux. So let's get that all sketched out. So I can have foundries lined up kind of around in here. Probably vertically. Vertically seems reasonable given the layout of the land here. And I might even go just a smidge lower. Like there's this little bit of purple land that peeks in over here. That's going to be water, but I guess I can landfill and cliff that. That's no problem. Lots of cliffs in the way in this area, though. Might even just go ahead and take care of some of this. Just start clearing the way. Yeah, I kind of figured I wasn't going to have quite enough for all of that. Alright, so let's just start lining these up, preferably vertically, like I was saying. So probably right around in here. I don't actually remember how many of these that you wind up needing. Which is probably not good. I probably should remember that. But we're just gonna see what happens. So the most important thing is making sure they don't starve themselves. They always have a supply of bacteria. So what I'm thinking is probably a design kind of like this, so that they can feed themselves. And then outputs here, and bioflux input on the back. And then these outputs here should be tied to their counterparts. So this is only active if this machine doesn't have enough bacteria, which is only 1. So that's a respectable amount. In fact, let's make sure these hand sizes are brought down to 1. And what is your automation limit? 2? I'm perfectly okay with 2, actually. Let's just... yeah, we'll leave that there, that's fine. And then you read your contents. Not the in-crafting part, though. And then you're enable disable. So iron. Iron bacteria must be greater than 0. And then same thing down here. That way they're disabled if they're pairing machine. So this one's disabled from here if this one has no bacteria. And vice versa. And then I'll just make a couple copies of these guys. Something like that. And I'll probably need more. But if I do, then I'll just have to expand upwards, I guess. I think I'm fine with that. If anything, I'll probably need to pick some of these up because I'm not going to have the bioplants for all the production that I need. So let's just go ahead and pick that up, actually. That's a little too much. And of course, that's going to explode. That's one of the joys of building on Gleba, is everything explodes and everything takes damage. So let's go ahead and just get some of this stuff knocked out of the way. These are all boom puffs, so they are all going to explode. Oh yeah, love to see it. Okay, good enough. So what I want to do is copy this, but I am going to change the recipes out to copper and copper bacteria, maybe in here. Let's just look for copper. It's not? Okay, maybe that is copper bacteria. Okay, you just looked different than I was expecting for some reason. Anyway, there you are. And this gets to go same level. Make sure we don't accidentally knock it a square up or down. And you get to go looking on my mini-map. Probably right about there. Reason being, you always want to leave yourself a little bit of room. It's just a favor to future you. That way if I need more copper, it can go in here. If I need more iron, it can go in here. And I can expand up or down. It's just a good idea. Do wish I'd left a few more unused cliff explosives to blow through this area, but that's fine. The belt does still fit up to here at least, so we can bring Bioflux in that way. Should be fine. Let's go ahead and clean up over this way as well. And then Bioflux, let's see, in that way. And then the copper this way. So we can split right there. And the reason I'm belting Bioflux in rather than the fruit is because Bioflux lasts a very, very long time. So if you have to be sending something around, Bioflux is the one that you want to be sending. But as with everything on Gleba, if you're actually to try and just leave this and use this as your final production, this would break in absolutely no time. One thing that's important is any inserter, you have to blacklist spoilage. And that's assuming you can even do that if you only have the one thing to worry about. Can I do that, or is that... Yeah, that is going to change you, so let's remember to change you back to copper. And get all those down. And then the Bioflux that comes in will spoil on the ends of the belts, and we'll have to take care of that. But just as importantly, the nutrients inside the assemblers, and the Bioflux inside the assemblers as well, has the ability to spoil. So let's make sure that we don't allow it to do so. So, inserter. Let's say the Bioflux is always on the inside portion of this belt. Is that actually what I want? No. It does work for the right-hand side, but not the left-hand side. So the left-hand side goes there, which means I should probably just go ahead and make this one match. That actually breaks for you. So yeah, you get to be there. It's just, you know, the consequence of having opposite belts, you get different symmetries. But that does mean Bioflux gets to be on the inside for each of these belts. That way I can output spoilage onto the same belt. So you get to be filtered to spoilage. And then all of these guys will need one. And then Bioflux, and I'll have a filter splitter right here. Yeah, that's best I can do. So you will be spoilage. So Bioflux will get stopped, and any spoilage will continue on. Of course, the opposite side will also get one. Right there. And they also get the foliage inserters. Right here, I believe. Just double checking. Does look good. Okay. Also, I put this on the wrong part. Let's put you there. There we go. Actually, that's too high now. There we go. And there we go. Okay. That gives me clear spoilage output and clear bacteria output. So this line is the copper bacteria. This is spoilage. This is iron bacteria. This is spoilage. Spoilage itself. I'm trying to think how exactly I want to handle that. So I could handle it on site, just burn it. I could try and send it up through the middle of the base and deal with it centrally. I'm not gonna waste bots on it, that just seems wasteful. I think I'll probably just deal with it on site. Typically, whenever I have spoilage burning, I do it in... Let me see what the trigger tech is for that. What are they even called? The big furnaces. The big Bernie boys. For some reason, I'm completely blanking. 500 nutrients. Weird trigger tech. I know it's locked behind Gleba. Let me just... Not Gelb. I always type Gleba. Let me look for Gleba. And then just... Okay, I already have the heating tower. Heating tower costs heat pipes, boilers, and concrete. Okay. I don't have concrete, strictly speaking. It's a little bit of an issue. Hack Kid, when he returns, will bring me concrete. However, it does look like we're waiting on some deliveries from Vulcanus. And Vulcanus is very busy. We have mostly restocked all of our demands. I'm going to bump this way down. That is a very excessive number of miners. Let's see. Anything I want to add in here? Not particularly. I could have added bulk inserters, but I can just make those. I have red circuits. We're fine. I do have the concrete, and the concrete's what I need. I am kind of tempted to just send them back. We are still getting more cliff explosives, though, which is cool. Maybe solar would be cool? I don't really know. A few more foundries would maybe be cool. Also, I have no calcite. Where is Garbage Truck? So, Garbage Truck, you're going to sit in Novice Orbit, and you're going to request calcite from the passing ships. So, let's come in here. Space. Enter platform Novice. And you're going to just be called, calcite. The only thing in here is calcite. That makes no sense. Let's follow the same scheme I've used for everything else. This is Gleba. Requests for Gleba from Novice Orbit, I guess. Sure. So, intermediates. Don't be blind. Use your eyes. Calcite. One rocket's 500. 500's not that much, but we don't use a lot of calcite. Maybe I'll do like 1,000. And import from Novice Orbit. I think that's fine. Yeah, this is backwards from my normal naming scheme, I'm realizing, but whatever. That's best I got. So, is there anything that could deliver you? You're waiting on science. You have enough ammo though. Just go ahead and fly back to Novice and deliver some of that calcite. Honestly, Garbage Truck, why don't you request a little bit of tungsten as well? 250, let's say 500. And novice orbit. Oh yeah, and novice, I do need to set up barreling of oil. I can just do it somewhere, maybe over here where I make rocket fuel is cool. Yeah, you get to just be thrown in like right here. Why not? So where is light oil? There you are. I will request barrels. I do already make barrels, which makes this a little easier. And I guess you go on the top because that's where your power is. So output, input. There you are. And then you just keep, I don't know, like 200 or something. 200's quite a lot. I think the stack size is 10. Yeah, stack size is 10, so 200 is a fair few. They are coming to deliver. I just want to make sure, you know, always watch your new builds. Never leave a build abandoned. They can tell. And when you abandon a build, it decides not to work. And that's why I have barrels already, because that's how I get my uranium. I just send barrels of sulfuric acid. Anyway, there we go. So that'll start building up, and then I'll have a little fuel for the flamers on Gleba. Speaking of Gleba, let's keep this going. So this is going to be kind of a central supply belt of the red stuff. I'm blinking. Why am I blinking? Bioflux. So that'll come this way. And main production up here somewhere, who really knows, I'll just run a belt. And this belt is backwards. Why? Who knows? Do I have radars? I should probably leave radars down here if I do. I don't have any in here. Do I request radars? I mean, they're relatively easy to make. It would probably be wasteful to request radars, but all the same, almost seems like something I'd have in here. However, I don't see any. I suppose I could just lay roboports. That wouldn't be the most ridiculous idea. This in here is all temporary, of course, so I'm not trying to, you know, say any of this is permanent necessarily, other than the landing pad. That's a little tricky to move. All the same, it is a little bit of a pain if I have to rearrange roboport grids after they go down, so I wanted to kind of make something permanent-ish here. Oh, you don't have yellow chests. Okay, I guess I have to run up myself, which does mean I might as well just craft a radar. Speaking of which, let's just make a few. Anything left in here that's useful? Not terribly, though I do have more glyph explosives. Yeah, might as well take all of that. Okay. What am I doing? I'm already blanking, and I'm only an hour in. We've got a long day ahead of us. Got a long day. Okay, yellow chest. That's what I need. Could also get some Spidertron automation on the go. You know, that sounds fun. We're on Gleba, you know? Maybe I'll do that. There we are. I already have a little mini spiderling up here, so he can just hang out. Yeah, he can just hang out up there. Anyway, chests. Let's not put them in the way of where I want storage to go, and storage is probably going to go this way eventually. So yellow chests do need to be where I already have robo coverage though, so let's do like that. Okay. Cool. You're receiving something. Oh, my flamers and my oils here. Okay, that's actually very nice to see. Let's continue the rope ports down, just wherever they fit. So, right there. There we are. And let's see. Probably 2 more, if I had to guess, to get down to the metal processing area. Right there. I've already left power behind, so let's grab some power. Is that in line? It is. So let's see, right there. Just keep it on, keep it on. Okay. Okay, it was 3, not 2, but I'd say that was pretty decent as far as guesses go. Continue this on down. I feel like you're a lot further from power than you were earlier somehow. No? Okay. I guess not. Anyway, we've got roboports down here. That'll give us some radar coverage at least. I just don't like being blind where I have buildings constructed. So this is going to allow me to build up this way. Let's go ahead and just allow my first bots to get that in place. And that's probably going to be the kind of the spine of my entire production moving forward. That's about as close to a main bus as you usually get on Gleba. You might have some of the raw fruits down the middle as well. Some things require them, but pretty much the main product you ship around is bioflux. These guys do need power. Can I just give you a substation? Kind of. Okay, let's do maybe one more. Yeah, okay, let's do that. And then that works a little better, I'd say. I'm trying to think, like, if I were to copy this in the future, that is still in the way. So, yeah, I would have to do something with those, but I could, I guess, put them down here in the gaps. Maybe let's just go ahead and plan for that. Like if, yeah, let's see. I could put you right there, and that perfectly reaches. So I think I kind of just have to. Let's do that, and then I'll do the same on this side, just so they match. And then substation right there. And there we are. And yes, this is unnecessary. Do I want them to match? Not that bad, honestly. You can just stay there. Can I do that? Yeah, okay, there we are. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, anyway, that's this area settled. You will start working. All I have to do is put bacteria and bioflux into you, and you will just start producing. Does mean I need to get bioflux in here. Missing materials, is that true? I have all the belts on me, so that would make sense. Let's give them back some of the belts. Even though my personals are pretty eager to get all of this built in. Oh, I'm also not within logistics range, so that would probably help as well. Yeah, there we go. Look at him go. Alright, I am also going to need to get the fruits brought in. That is going to be a lot of belting. The yellows are actually fairly conveniently placed right over here. Do I want to go for these purples or these purples? These are closer, but there's a lot more water in the way. This feels a lot easier to actually get a belt in. How much landfill have I accrued so far? Only 500. 500's not a lot, especially when you're looking at something like this. But I am thinking about those spores. Because this is located further away from my central base here, which means just more land you have to hold and protect. This is a little closer. It's a little closer. I guess what I could do is go ahead and make the agricultural towers. Production. Can already make 8 of them. I don't see why not. What am I missing actually to make more? Steel. Understandable. I do want to get another radar or 2 down. In fact, I don't think I've placed any yet. So, radars will, of course, not just reveal map coverage, but also scan the map around you. And while often I don't really care about that, for the time being, a little bit of map, you know, sight? What's the word I'm looking for here? A little bit of map sight would be good. Let's go ahead and throw 1 down this way as well. Sure, good. And I'll continue throwing them around as I feel like it, I guess. Thank you, bot. Okay. Now's the part where I actually have to think. I actually have to plan. So if I have Yumiko coming in from this way, Jellynut. Where would Jellynut come in? I could bring it kind of down and over through here and then up. I just don't want it running through this stone patch. That makes everything a little more annoying. Which means at minimum it has to run up like here. And at that rate, it almost seems like it would make more sense to just allow it to run up alongside the bioflux belt. Also, I do realize I never gave these guys nutrients. That is something I will have to figure out. I did forget about that in the initial setup, but that's not too awful to work in. And we already have the bioflux, which is the main source of nutrients, so it won't be a big deal. But yeah, I think I might just bring the Jellynut over this way. It'll probably join this belt of bioflux and go up. So I don't know exactly where it's going to join, but I might as well go ahead and have an upward facing belt placed in as well. There we are. And I'll probably aim to come in this area right here. That shouldn't take too much landfill. I mean, it's not going to be super nice, but it'll get the job done. Yeah, let's go ahead and go grab some landfill. I do have a little bit of belt on me, and I just want to try and get things planned a bit. I do want to go ahead and change these guys out. We have no electricity. I guess I've finally exhausted power. Oh yeah, and we are in full daylight, so as soon as night rolls around, we will have absolutely no power. Yeah, why are we showing 33 megawatts of demand? Excuse me? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's a decent chunk of power, and we have nothing down. Okay, just out of curiosity, if I come up here, do I have modules? I do have tier 1 efficiency modules in here. What if just for now I throw these in the miners? Most of the miners aren't even doing anything. And I really don't think they're the problem, because I remember looking at this earlier, right after I set up the solar panels, and we were just fine. But that sure did do it. Okay. Okay, I guess so. Well, at least the accumulators are charging again. As I run down here to try and plan out my landfill route, I think this is a great time for a little sip of coffee. Okay, something that I did not even put any thought into at all is growing area. And growing area here actually kinda sucks. Like, there's lots of yellow, I can make it good eventually, but as far as just what's already here, nothing. Why are you green and slimy? Just looks weird. Okay. Anyway, is there anything better done this way? Also, here's a little nest I might as well go ahead and take care of. I did pick those eggs up, so that's something to remember. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on my hotbar. And let's grab these guys and also put you on my hotbar. So yeah, very, very little. Okay, there's some growing area here. That's not terrible. But I do want to go compare it to the other purple patch to the east before I commit to anything. So let's go ahead and just run over that way and give it a little comparison. Let's see how you hold up. Yeah, not really any better. Which I mean is to be expected. You don't usually get good growing patches for no effort. There is something out this way. I guess I might as well go look at it. Yeah, absolutely zero. Okay. There are a few more egg rafts though, so I might as well go ahead and take those out. Okay. Well, let's go back to the first patch and get this set up. I'm not going to be growing anything yet. That is very important. I don't want to be producing spores yet. I just want to get everything set up and ready to go. Does look like this area up here is going to be my best bet. There's a decent amount of green in here. What I'm trying to avoid, yellow squares are fine, orange squares are not, but I do think most of the orange is probably just because it's puddles. And I don't remember if you can landfill and then place soil on top. I just don't want to build the tower itself on a green square, so I'm trying to be a little mindful of that. The tower is an awkward size. That seems fine. And where's your... Okay, you go out to, like, there. So I could also put you, like, right there. So that leaves off a good chunk of room. Would much prefer you to be, like, right here. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Just out of curiosity. Okay, that is not a landfill problem. Okay, so this is just not growable then? Okay, that landfill does look like it became a yellow square. Actually, it was yellow even before I put the landfill there. So yeah, okay, I just wanted to double check, make sure that not an issue of it being water or something like that. It just truly will not ever grow in this area. In which case I will go ahead and lower this a good bit. Right there is fine. Yeah, okay. That's just gonna have to do. So, avoiding green tiles. You can come out kind of straight this way. Yeah, unless I wanted to do bots, and I really don't want to do bots to get this out. Yeah, I really don't want to do bots to get this out, so this will maybe come down and out. In which case, maybe you can also come down and out. That doesn't seem that bad. There is a lot of good green growing area in here, though, if I do need more mash. Or, this is jelly, rather. Forgive me if it seems like I'm deliberating too much on this, but it is an important decision. So, I believe I'll come out and up through these red squares up here. And then this one can have inserters here and go up. And while there are two yellows here, we do mostly travel through red. So kind of up through these red and out. And then that does put us below the growing path of this guy. So let's go ahead and lock that in. And then to the right. Oop, not like that. There we are. And yeah, that works just perfect. Then you can just go straight up. Okay, very cool. That even puts it on both sides of the belt, just incidentally. Wasn't even trying for that, but it'll do. So, power can go right there. We already have the belt in the way, so it's not an issue. You want to make sure power goes on the top here, though, to avoid contaminating these green squares. And there we go. Okay, so those are connected. We just got to get power down to here. And of course, I am going to need seeds returned. Seeds I am okay bringing in with bots, though that does mean I need bot coverage in here. But I can just put a roboport like right there, and that's no big deal. Go ahead and put the ghost chests in place. And you're going to request jelly nut seeds, wherever those happen to be. There you are. Copy that, and toss it in. Okay, now all I have to do is plan a path of the belt up into the base. Which I think will probably fit, like, right here. That seems pretty okay. Let me grab the decom planner. Just makes that a little easier. Bring this over this way. And then up and in. There we go. Might as well go ahead and plan the power. And again, I'm not plugging anything in yet. I don't want any spore production going. I'm just planning. Gleba is definitely one of those planets where you want to plan absolutely everything first, and only once everything is built and ready to go, then you plug it in and start production. And that's not just because of pentapods or, you know, what have you. If you go ahead and plug it in, it'll start harvesting fruit, yes, but then you have nothing to use that fruit on, and everything just spoils anyway. So you start producing spores, you get attacked, and you get absolutely no benefit out of it. And it's just not a good time. Just not recommended. Guess someone's coming to do that? Yep, okay. Anyway, we've got the belts going. That's, jelly nut taken care of, I think? How are these eggs doing? Under half time. I do want to go ahead and make biochambers out of them then. So, same as I did before, let's run up this way. The Spider-Chun completely freaked me out. I panicked just a little. Okay, you in there, landfill. You need nutrients, green circuits, iron plates. Okay, so can I, just for fun, make a little bit of bioflux? Rather, I want to make nutrients out of bioflux, because I have bioflux. But I will need nutrients to make that, so let's go ahead and queue a little bit. I need more bioflux anyway. Okay. I didn't really intend on doing this whole chain here, but here we are. There we go. Okay, there's one at least. I'll be with you for a lot of part 2, as it's a bank holiday tomorrow. Oh, well, I'll look forward to seeing you later then. Oh, that fruit is very spoiled. Hopefully I can get something to rent. There you go, just in time. And then that's going to give me just a little bit of bioflux, just barely. Let's get a little more mash made. Can't count on too terribly much. All of this fruit is about to expire, but that's fine. This isn't fruit that I picked for any particular reason. This was mostly to get my trigger techs out of the way. There you go. And that should be enough to get all those eggs turned into biochambers. Which is the real concern here. I just don't want the eggs to spoil. I might as well try and get these crafted up, because they will at least give me seeds. So I'll go ahead and queue a little bit of handcrafting. The rest of those, and might as well do the rest of those. The fruit will certainly expire, but I do kind of want the seeds. The seeds would be nice to have. Okay, so this is... Oh, that's spoiled. Okay. Of course I have one more to go. More spoilage. Oh, there's nutrients. Right there. Oh man, I think that'll just barely work. Come on. Come on. Yes, perfect. Okay, it could not have gone better. There we go. Just arrived from dinner. Well, I hope it was something nice. Hope your day's been going well. As you can see, I have only recently arrived on Gleba, not too long ago, and I'm trying to get my first bits of infrastructure on the go. But as always on Gleba, you don't want to just start building without a plan. It does require you to be a little more methodical. So, as such, I've been a little more methodical. That's a pretty good growing patch, actually, for just a stock starter area. Where does that go down to? Okay, right where I'm standing. Let me see. Like... Okay, right where my feet are is where the top of this should be. It's like right there. That's a pretty decent growing area. It's a lot of yellow, but yellow is serviceable. That means I can expand into it later. and then I can just output out the front. That seems pretty nice to me. So let me go ahead and copy... Oh, I didn't put radars down there. I'll have to fix that. There is a roboport down there, of course. It's just not powered right now. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's just get this in place. So there's my output, there's my input. Blue chest. And you will request Yumiko seeds. And let's go ahead and throw a power pole in the middle. A little bit of belt action. And then this gets copy and pasted up here. All cool. Okay. So extend that well out of growing range. Maybe not quite that far. That's fine. Bring you down. And then this can be brought up, I guess. And out. Okay. Let's make sure power poles play kind of the same game. Make sure power poles wind up in the same cell as the belts, since the belts make the cell unusable to begin with. Very nice. Okay. Then we can just bring the power down this way. Might as well make those a little nicer. Okay. Roboport right there, so that we have coverage of the requester chests. And then we run the belts back in. So that's going to come in right around in here. And we have one fruit on the left. I'd really like to have the other fruit on the left as well. I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is going to go on the right. But I think that's fine. I don't even know if I want you to go up or down. I may wind up having to have you go up and down. But, you know, we're still well within the planning stage here. And that patch is close enough, I don't even really want to worry about running the power poles out to it. It's just good where it is. You should probably be requesting materials for now. Let's just say belts. Sure. Splitters. Undergrounds. Just all the important stuff. There we are. You know, it would also be cool if you were requesting silo parts. Don't want that. Anything else in here that I might want? Inserters. Just until I'm able to make my own. Parts. So, like, green circuits. I can't go too overboard in here because the storage. I guess maybe that's something I could request if anything that passes by just so happens to have a little bit of storage on you. It would be kind of nice. And what do you know, you do. Oh, I definitely want to be requesting Tesla turrets once those get made. Unfortunately, they are not. But I do have flamers now, so if I do get any attacks... I also have lasers, but lasers aren't going to be very useful for the time being because I have no power. I might want to go ahead and send a reactor up from Novice. That might be reasonable. Let's just say that's reasonable. So, temporary request. Let's go production. Up production. And let's just request like 4 reactors from Novice. The Gleba request from Novice Group should have fuel cells. How many do you send at a time? Rocket capacity 10. You're 20. But then I'd also have to send you, which is also 20, so yeah, it's better to just send the fuel cells. Rocket capacity is 10 though. Maybe I'll send like 30 at a time. 30 will last quite a while. Yeah, that's fine. I guess if I'm going to be sending that up, I should also go ahead... excuse me. Go ahead and send up the things that will allow the reactor to work, like heat exchangers, but what are you even made out of? You're just steel and copper. Keep pipe. How many can I send on a rocket? 50? Yeah, I'll do temporary request. 1 rocket of those. Probably 1 rocket of you. What is your rocket size? Rocket 25. Yeah, that's enough to get me started. Rocket capacity, maybe... Okay, you're only 10. I probably do want, like, a couple rockets of you. Okay, and then let's say this is, what do I want to call this? This is like reactor quick start or something like that, sure. The reason I want to name it is it's going to just sit here, but I do want to make sure I'm requesting it down here. So reactor quick start. And I also noticed while I was looking that I never requested the calcite. Get rid of that. So, novice orbit for Gleba. That's going to be the calcite and tungsten plate requests. So let's get that in. We do have cargo bays. Only 2 of them, but we do have them. Might as well grab those and get them placed in. Especially since I'm sending in so much calcite. I might also want to make a temporary request for cargo. That just makes sense. 1 rocket's 10, I believe. Yes, okay. I only want like another 4 or something, and that'll allow a couple extra to sit on the station for replacement parts, just in case. But yeah, that should be fine. Then I can take it off of there. I did put it on reactor quick start. Maybe that's not where I want you. At the same time, I don't really know where else I could put it. So I guess it gets to stay there temporarily. That just makes it easier. Okay. Anyway. Garbage truck, do you actually have a condition to leave? Or are you just waiting for ammo? You are just waiting for ammo? Okay, oh cool. So, now that I have my fruit processing area all connected, running power poles out to there won't be a big deal. I guess that means we are finally ready to actually start production. So what I might do is I might just run around and clear out some of the perimeter of enemies. Weapons would be really cool. Like, I can do it with personal lasers, I have proven that I can, but it would make it a lot easier if I had weapons. But, you know, I don't have any, what can you do? Let's go ahead and go to this guy. And in the things that we request from Fulgora, I should go ahead and request Tesla turrets. Yeah, we'll keep like 20 on the ship. How many on planet? 7. Okay, that's... I kind of figured we weren't likely going to have many. I was kind of hoping we would at least have 1 rocket's worth, but... Yeah, Fulgora is always a problem for me. I can never quite get Fulgora to work the way that I want it to. I'm just kind of looking around, seeing if there's anything I could do to help out a smidge. Yeah, we have a lot of red circuits. We have plenty of red circuits. We have plenty of green circuits in storage. You need plastic. Do I have plastic in storage by chance? It would be over here. I do have plastic in storage. I could just bot plastic up here, but that's getting further and further away from the whole sushi belt idea. And if I bought plastic in, then they stop picking plastic up off the belt. But I guess it only winds up on the belt if it's past the bot already, so... yeah, why not? What are these guys? You are waiting on superconductors also, so... okay. Let's just request plastic up here. There you go. Might as well request copper while I'm at it, I guess. There you are. Funny enough, we do not have copper. Yeah, copper is in demand somewhere. Copper is being made into copper cable for circuits. That does make sense. Okay. Okay. I guess if we stop using green circuits, these chests would fill up, which does mean we need them running, so we're not wasting copper on them. But there's a little more production all the same. That's helping these guys run from the looks of it. And if those guys are running, the point being, that should then help the Tesla turrets run eventually, because they need superconductors and supercapacitors both. And the Tesla guns also need superconductors, so we're kind of double dipping there. Well, that does seem to have made a difference. These are running constantly now. These seem to be running constantly now. Science is mostly running constantly. This is running now. This is filling up. Yeah, okay, that definitely seems better. And now that that's going, what I can do is I can add a group down here. That's going to be Gleba requests. Let's find space. Gleba. Gleba requests for Fulgora. Maybe, actually, instead of doing that, I can just add this to Gleba request for Novice Orbit, because that one ship will always be in Novice Orbit. And I can just grab the turrets from there. Let's say I always just want to keep 10. That should be fine. I guess I should actually set this up properly. Maybe only set that on the ship. Hold on. Let me go garbage truck. Where is this set to import from? Yeah, let's make sure this is Novice Orbit. Okay, all good. Are these set properly? I can't imagine they wouldn't be, but I guess I should look. Yeah, we're A-okay there. Okay. All good. Alright. So, interestingly, we have calcite coming in up here. It's a little annoying to have to send the calcite all the way down, but I don't think I could reasonably bot the calcite in. That just seems excessive. It might be fun to have the Spidertron take it. I have wanted to do something with the vehicle dock Spidertron automation stuff, and that just sounds fun. So, like, if I throw that right there. Connect to inventory, storage, trash, ammo, fuel. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Storage is definitely what I want, though. So, inserter. You're going to be filtered to calcite. No, I'm definitely not procrastinating. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Okay. And let's say calcite. I don't know why I'm limiting it here. I don't think this is important. But let's say I only want to keep like 400 in the spider or something. Sure. You need power. So let's just do something like that. And then Spidertron. Let's grab you and have you go stand over here. Please? Okay, what? It's a little finicky. It's working though. And that should be going in, yes. Okay. Okay, let's do this way. So, waypoint 1. And then we'll have another one of these down at the smelting area, somewhere in here. I guess maybe I should go set that up first. Do I have foundries? Let me grab foundries first. Foundry. And let's see. So we have the bacteria. I do want to set up some way of generating nutrients while I'm down here, I guess. So I'll keep that in the back of my mind also. But let's just assume this is all finished. We have copper and iron coming down. I want to leave a little bit of room so that these can be expanded if need be. And, you know, maybe iron goes this way, copper goes out that way, whatever. So I want to leave myself a little bit of room to play around with, and maybe start production down here. So bring this down, foundry like right here. And then copper should be started at the same level on its side. So bring that down, foundry right there. So you're going to make iron, molten iron that is, and you're going to make molten copper. Okay, all good so far. So that comes down. You can process 6 iron ore a second, and this produces 2.5, or each of these produces 2.5. So 2 of you is 5, so it does kind of take 3 to supply this. How much does that change if I put just a single tier 1 speed into you? I guess I didn't need to put it into all of them. That brings you up to 3.6. Okay. How about that? That's 4. Okay, and how much did you do again? You did 6 and a quarter. So with 3 speeds, that brings you up to 4.8. Okay. What I'm thinking is the last spot I would like to put in efficiency in to try and keep some sort of reasonable cap on how much nutrients I'm putting in. In fact, maybe only 2 speeds, and then I just need more bioplants. Even still, 2 gives me about 4.2. So altogether, this is 16.8, which matches pretty closely to 3 of these guys. But I think I'm happy with 3 of these. Let's see, that's going to output 93 molten iron per guy. So if I have one of you making plates, and one of you making steel, and one of you making LDS. As I do anticipate those being my biggest consumption of iron. Yeah, none of you come even close to 90 something, so it should be in a pretty good way. Granted, that only makes like 2 steel a second, that's 3, but, you know, we'll improve it as we go. Let's not get too particular about it for the time being. So, 1 and 2. I don't know why the inserters moved. That was weird. kind of thought maybe I'd put like a module into an inserter hand and put it in the machine, but they all have 2 modules, so I guess we're fine. Anyway, let's do these guys over here. So if it's 3 over there, it should also be 3 over here, I would assume. Let's just double check. So yes, same amount up here, and I can only assume it's same up here. Yes, everything's the same up there. Okay, all cool. So if I have bioflux coming down this way, there's my input, but this also has to be reserved for spoilage on part of the belt. That actually works very well if I just give you red inserters and also put nutrients on a second belt back there, because then as the nutrients spoil, they can still flow through this same spoilage path, which actually works very well. So same thing over this way. So there's a nutrient belt and a nutrient belt. Please do not underground there. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea how much nutrient per second these guys take. Consumes nutrients, 1 megawatt. Okay. How many megawatts is a normal nutrient? Nutrients yummy value 2 megajoules. I forgot these were referred to as yummy values. Okay. So the single nutrient is 2 megajoules of yummy value. And this takes 1 megajoule. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure 1 megajoule and how often. Like 1 megajoule a second? Does that mean I need a new nutrient like every 2 seconds? Seems pretty fast. If there was a way to test that, I would, but I think a single bioflux production of nutrients will still far outpace that, don't get me wrong. Megawatts is megajoules per second, I think. Okay, that's kind of what I was assuming, is all the other rates seem to be per second, so I'd assume this is per second. Gotta look it up every time. I mean, it would just make sense. Just seemed higher, but I guess I'm used to the value after I've already put my efficiency modules in, but this time I shoved all my efficiency modules into my miners. In fact, I couldn't even fill my miners, so maybe I should go ahead and mark that, actually. Not going to be all that important once I have my reactor in here, but for the time being, let's go ahead and do that. Though, I guess I can go ahead and do that into these guys as well, just as a little reminder. Yeah, it is. Okay. We've got confirmation. Oof, okay. Let's get nutrients in here. So, you come down into here. And this belt can also go this way and down. Then I can just do something in here. In fact, this can just underground through this area. I was a little too aggressive there. That works. In you go. Let's actually bring this kind of over this way, maybe. You know, I'll just leave a gap and figure it out. I don't have bioplants on the hotbar. That's probably something I should have. I don't need lightning rods. I probably don't need recyclers. How can I reorganize? I don't need implants, certainly. I would like to keep them, though. I'm not even exactly sure why myself, but here we are. So, anyway, bioplant. Bioflux is literally right here. Let's say I just put you right here, and you can just feed off the main belt. Nutrients from bioflux, yes, okay. That is 60 a second, which is more than enough for all of these guys. Even if it is 1 every 2 seconds, that's still only like 4. So we are, if anything, crazy overkill with even just a single recipe. In fact, how high do you stack to 100? I kind of wish I could make you stop after just 1 recipe. I might even look into that, because otherwise we're going to have a lot of spoilage building up in the sky, and that like size, that much spoilage actually has a chance of jamming things up sometimes. So that's not even just me being like finicky or trying to be ultra efficient or anything. That is an actual concern. At any rate, let's get input. So this actually needs to come down a smidge. There we are. And of course, you need to be your own best friend. So if I have you output here, you need to input your own nutrients. Is there a better way of doing this? First of all, you should probably be a bulk. Just makes a little more sense. Maybe I'll even do like that and that. And that way I don't need to worry about splitters or anything. You'll just work. Yeah, you should be fine, I think. What I might do is include a automation for emergency jump-starting you. So let's say I put a chest here, and a constant combinator. That makes no sense. I'll just keep that in my hand for now, I guess. Because what I want to do is I want you to request nutrients. Let's say just like 5 or something. But then I'm going to connect you so that you are only enabled. Disable that. You're only enabled if nutrients is less than 1. And then you are going to read contents, include fuel. Yeah, that's cool. That way, if this ever all dies and rots or whatever, I can have something of an emergency supply of nutrients come in and kickstart it. That way, I shouldn't need to ever manually intervene there. This does look like it should work. I just have to actually get it lined up properly. There we go. All good. Naturally, I don't actually have any bulk inserters. I could make some potentially, but I'm fine with waiting. Once again, none of this needs to be working quite yet. Do need to get these booms out of the way because they'll only become even more problematic as time goes on. The best time to get rid of them is always now. Anyway, you guys need the iron ore, but you also need calcite. And I think the easiest way to handle that is to just have a belt of ore and a belt of calcite. And then calcite can just be in the middle here somewhere. Let's go ahead and copy that. There we are. You're a little difficult to get in here, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'll just do something like that. Let's bring this down a smidge, give me more room for handling the spoilage up top. It really doesn't need to be any higher than this. So let's have something like that. And then, somewhere in here, I have another vehicle dock. And these things are pretty cool. So I'm going to just pop that down there somewhere. let's get substations running down this way. And of course, the substation is on the main belt. You'll love to see it. How does it work down here? Okay, that... Wait, does that work? That works, actually. Okay, sure, why not? I do want to mess with this one so that I can get max length out of it. But yeah, okay, whatever. Fair enough, I guess. And then there's my calcite output. I will go ahead and filter this just in case other things wind up inside the Spidertron. It's not impossible. He's going to be carrying calcite. There we go. And there we go. So, let's go find Mr. Spidertron. So, you're going to wait until you have calcite. Item count. Let's say calcite. You're going to wait until it's greater than or equal to 400, which is the same I have the inserter set to on the back there. Which will surely never cause me problems at some point in the future when I decide to change one of them. Here's your second waypoint. And you're going to wait at that second waypoint until calcite is less than like 20 or something, sure. That way you always keep some amount of stockpile. And then let's see how you work. One thing I should have done actually is output you into a chest, but I guess it's fine. You're outputting onto the belt. The belt can act as a sort of buffer. That's not a problem. Let's get those in place. There we are. That way, all the stuff down here has power, and then the Spidertron's gonna come in and hopefully drop off calcite. Oh, there are no inserters here. It is somewhat of an issue. I can make two. I just so happen to have some wood on me, because Gleba just works like that. But we do in fact have calcite output. There we are. So the Spidertron can keep the foundries supplied. That's kind of cool. Very fun. And yeah, they use like 0.3, less than 0.4 a second on each side. So a single fast inserter will be more than enough to keep that all supplied. And hopefully the belt length will act as a buffer while the Spidertron walks back and forth to resupply itself. In fact, let's go ahead and get you to top up, buddy. Alright, I have been procrastinating and delaying just about as much as I can to keep from having to actually connect the fruit, but I think my procrastination is just about at an end. I think I am going to finally have to do that soon. I will go ahead and throw a radar down here. I already have a radar down here. See, I'm trying to find literally anything I can do, but I guess I am going to have to start fruit production soon. This, I guess, has to have its own substation. Sure, fine. I guess I can go ahead and build in the plate casting, since if I don't have anywhere for the molten metals to go, then we will back up on bacteria, and then the bacteria will spoil, and everything will die anyway. So, I might as well figure out how that's all gonna work. On Gleba, you don't really need very much in the way of metal production. But being able to make, like, your own biochambers and stuff is, of course, useful. Let's get all this connected in. All this connected in. I am gonna need circuit production, so... See, that's kind of the difficult thing, is does that mean I'm gonna have to send in wood? Or do I just send in green circuits? Or do I just use the more expensive circuit recipe? Like, there's a lot of options to think. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, you cannot grow wood on Gleba. Even though you can get wood on Gleba, like any of these random plants, any of these, will allow you to... Okay, that's not a plant, I guess. But like any random plant here does yield wood when you break them, but unfortunately you don't have a way to farm wood on Gleba. And before anyone mentions it, I do realize that the wood mod that I included, that is kind of central to Lignumus, does include additive mods to allow you to farm wood on Gleba. I just did not include it. But now I'm kind of wishing I had. What I think I will do is, since Lignumus is up and running again, I have Moon Science here that does request wood onto the ship. I think I might just give you a little more storage space here. Hopefully you have enough platform. You did, which is good because I don't even see space platform. Okay, you have 18. Could I put your last cargo bay in place? I think I should be able to. Oh yeah, that's fine. Almost perfect, in fact. You have 2 space platform left. Okay. Reason being, I would like to increase the amount of wood that you import from Lignumus to 2,000. And that way, anything that's sitting in Novice Orbit should be able to grab wood from Lignumus. Why don't you have science ready? Okay, you do have science ready, it looks like. There is no gold. I've got to remember that gold is an issue. It is coming in, it's just not going to be coming in very fast. I do have to get more of those core miners in place soon. This is completely full of moisture metallite. I guess I have nothing requesting moisture metallite. That's actually something I need to deal with, like, immediately. No, I'm not just distracting myself from Gleba. This is actually important and something that must be dealt with. These are the moisture metallite furnaces. What does burning this get me? Just peat. Just peat. Okay, there's a priority splitter onto the peat belt down here. Do I just send all them? Like, these furnaces could certainly support more. What if I just upgrade you to red belt? There you are. I guess that last bit was unnecessary, but whatever. Fine. If anything, maybe I should be upgrading through here. Yeah, okay, let's upgrade through here. Okay. So this is filtering out the moisture metallite. So what I could do is put a splitter right here, and then have a request. Just takes it in. I have no idea why this is here, but it doesn't seem to be connected to anything, so let's just go ahead and break that. And that actually makes this connection a lot neater. Anyway, as I was saying, let's get a requester in here. Run power up to you. And then you're going to request moist stromatolite. There we are. And that'll get all of that dealt with. No problem. Hopefully. Okay, so that is pulling out now. Part of the reason I had no gold is because my guys who rely on the bots to empty them were completely full of moisture metallite and could no longer harvest. So getting these guys running, that was more than half of my gold supply. So getting these guys up and running again is important. So much so, I might also increase the output belt down here. Just a smidge. I don't think there's any red belts after this, but, you know, we'll see what we can do. At least up to that bar should be fine. There we go. We'll just, you know, see what happens from there. We are at least taking the moisture metalite out now, which is all I could really ask for. Where does that peat wind up? It winds up down here, which is priority insert. It is only going on half the belt, though, which is kind of a problem. It is kind of a problem. Okay, what if I broke that and did more of a proper side merge here? And there we go. I guess I didn't need to break those belts, I just didn't think they would be able to stay, but what do you know, I was able to spaghetti it in there all the same. Okay, and then at least we have proper side merging. Or side balancing, rather. Okay, it does look like that is keeping up with everything just fine. I don't know why it's using so few logistic spots. Oh, because you're full, okay. Do I happen to have a green guy on Lignumus? No, I don't. Okay. What if instead I just had a couple more? That's the best I can do. At the very least, gold did restart, so that's nice to see. There goes the Spidertron on his patrols to keep the nests off the walls. Okay, anyway, let's say garbage truck. You have your reactor supplies, that's cool. Hopefully you haven't already dropped those to the planet and then picked up new ones. I don't think you have, I think you're just sitting over Novice waiting to leave, but, you know, that would be unfortunate if that were the case. Anyway, from Novice Orbit, I do want to pick up wood. So let's keep like 1,000 wood from Novice Orbit. Okay, should be all cool. And is that wood arriving right now? Yes, it is. Look at it. It's beautiful. Okay. In the short term, I might also bring in blue circuits, because that will also be on the Lignuma ship. So, just for like rocket parts, maybe I don't even make blue circuits on Gleba. I wonder how that would work out. Like if I just tried to keep 400 blue circuits in here. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Lignumus, how is blue circuit production down here, by the way? Completely dead because there's no basics. That would be because we have no gold, though. Okay, that does make sense. Some of my peat is running out. Even with the big miners, it will eventually happen. But I do have this peat down here, so that's reassuring. Okay, we do have little trickles of gold coming in again. Yeah, okay, that's good. I'll leave it there for now. So, mostly what I want here is going to be circuit-based. So let me make sure I do have EM plants. Yes, I do. Okay, so I can just start placing EM plants and they will just show up. I don't want to build like right here and be in the way. In fact, I might take the opportunity to start building upwards. Because fluids are easier to move around than items are. And most of my production is going to be up in this way, so if I do need circuits and plates and things like that for something, I would like them to be more kind of up in this area. The booms are a little annoying, but we will get through it. I figure the best thing to do is just blow them up early, get the minimum amount of repairs done possible, because if you wait until later, there's just going to be even more things in the way. There we go. Okay. A couple more booms over this way, including 2 down here, and make sure I don't actually kill anything. I wonder how many repair packs I have left. I only have like 8 repair packs. Maybe I'll make a few more. Okay. So if I did it above where the jelly nut joins it, maybe like right in here would be cool. So I'll have a dedicated foundry for circuits that just produces iron plate, and a dedicated foundry that just produces copper wire. In fact, I might be able to copy this off Vulcanus, because this should all be set up already. Oh, Vulcanus still uses assembling machines for its circuits. How about Novice then? Can I just copy from Novice? There we are. So I do have modules and stuff in here that I won't be able to bring for a while. I guess I could just request them. That's not absurd. Gleba request for Novice. Let's just request Tier 2 prod, and might as well request Tier 2 efficiency and Tier 2 speed as well. Just bring it all in. Okay, I did drop my reactor parts, so let's make sure I go ahead and cancel that. Otherwise, I'd be very sad. Let's come over here, in fact, and stop requesting those altogether. There we are. So I do have my reactor parts ready to go when I want them. Oh yeah, the whole point was to copy that off of Novice. So starting from here, I just copy all of this. Yeah, that's fine. This is set to the cheaper recipe using wood, which I am going to try and use, but I don't know if that's going to work. But, you know, gotta try. So let's see. If I throw you over this way, maybe a little lower. Yeah, there's no reason it's got to be quite so high. But if I put you, like, right here, leave a little room at the bottom for iron production. Go ahead and break the boom puffs. Couple more over this way. Might as well get these in the back. Oh, there's a lot of them over here, actually. Yeah, let's just keep that going for a minute. There we go. Okay. So I just don't like to keep boom puffs anywhere close to anything that I'm actually building, for reasons I've stated like 6 times now. Where is Hat Kid? I would really enjoy having a resupply right about now. Hat Kid's hanging out because I have been marked for passenger present. Ugh. Gleba's also marked that. Let's get rid of that and make sure it's just all requests satisfied. Okay. There are no requests from Gleba, so hopefully that's fine. But also hopefully it sends down things that I am requesting. Yeah, that's all cool. In fact, what am I requesting up here? Okay, I think that's all pretty much fine. Yeah, I'm good with all that. Okay. So that's all in place now. Other than the inserters, of course, but you know, what can you do? Go ahead and move some of this stuff away. A few more booms up here. Okay. So copper, and then we have iron down this way. And if I try and line the belts up, that would be right there. And this is going to be iron plate right there. So if I've... Let me look on Novice and see how many of my iron plate buildings it takes to supply circuits. So each one, you're only tier 1s. What's the speed difference? -5 and -10. Okay. So right now this is -20. Unfortunately, that doesn't tell me very much. Okay, so I guess I could go ahead and mark all of you to become tier 2s. Just like all of this through here. Might as well. Not really any reason not to. There we go. Science as well. Science is still, or at least red science was still tier 1s. So let's recycle all the tier 1 prods into tier 2 prods. Just might as well. Like, all of these are tier 1s. These are at least appropriate. You're still tier 1s. You're a tier 1. These are tier 2s, but you're a tier 1. You're a tier 1. And purple's still a tier 1. Let's definitely get that upgraded. Yeah, that's going to put some pressure on the module creator, I guess, but oh well. These are also all still tier 1s, so let's get those changed out. Anyway, probably poor timing, being that I wanted to send tier 2s off planet, but, you know, we'll get there eventually. How many of these do I actually have you set to keep? 50? Maybe we'll keep 100. Maybe that's a better idea. Anyway, you're already upgraded, so you're at 2.6. So if you're outputting 2.6, and each of these guys requires 2 a second. Okay, that makes the math a little difficult, but not too terrible. So you are exactly 2 a second, though. So that's going to be 24 a second. Let me make sure I'm not mistaken there. Yeah, okay, that's just how it works out. It is a nice number. Okay, so 2 a second. So then I need 24. You do, let's say, 2.5. Then that's going to be 10. So 10 of you. That's a lot of foundries, actually. That's a lot more foundries than I was anticipating. I was thinking I'd need like 3. Okay. Okay, maybe this is just too low then. Maybe I need to move this up just a smidge. So let's pick all that up. Move it up to about that high then. And that should give us enough room for 10 of these guys. In fact, let me just build these, and then I'll move this down however far is appropriate. So I'm just going to do 5 on each side. And then 5 over here. So So like that. And then this can move down just a smidge. Right about there, I'd say is fine. And the bots aren't going to be my best friends for a minute, but, you know, they're hard workers, they will get it done eventually. Set the green circuits, 2000, okay. Fine. That's copper, let's get the pipes for iron set in. So there's iron. Let's go ahead and bring this down. Make sure I'm holding shift while I'm doing this in case I hit a plant or something. Okay, then that can come over this way. It'll just do regular pipe for the corner. I think that's fine. So you should be in, that should be in. This is all cool. Okay, all good. Iron, let's get iron done. That involves bringing you down so that I can connect you. And then a pipe of iron comes from over this direction. Somewhere. If I tried to run you straight up like I did copper, or I guess copper wasn't straight, they'd have to take a turn. Okay. I'm gonna say if I try and run you straight up, I am gonna run into this belt here. I might do iron on the inside. So let's go ahead and run that up. Run this here, sure. Maybe I'll do it like as close as I can. This is still probably going to be in the way later, but moving a pipe is not a big deal. Okay. Let's just go ahead and take it over from there. In you go. And this can just be a regular pipe. That's no problem. So as soon as all that gets placed in, and I don't have underground pipes, I don't think, but as soon as it does get placed in, then all the metals will at least be connected. And that does at least give me something to do with all of my metals also, so that hopefully the bacteria don't just immediately die. Though that does make me think that I should also have just the raw metals going into storage somewhere also. Maybe fluid tanks would not be a terrible idea. As just a little fluid storage. I kind of like that better, actually. Just don't ask me why. Visually, I think that's nicer. There we are. Not that I even have any tanks or the supplies to make tanks, but, you know, that will get placed eventually. Okay, so where does that leave me? All I'm producing so far are circuits, and even then, only green circuits. I don't need, like, steel or anything for Gleba science. All you need for Gleba science is fruit. I'm just trying to think what I can do before I connect the fruit up and start drawing in attacks. But I think I'm at a point where I can go ahead and start bringing fruit in. So let's go ahead and get that going. So let's bring power down. There we are. And that's going to start harvesting. This Roboport has power now, so it might get those chests placed. It might not. Either way, I do have enough seeds to jumpstart things if I do need to. I am going to go ahead and get these egg rafts taken care of. There we are. Pick those eggs up. That's why I have it in the hotbar, so I can tell if I have eggs on me, and I can take care of them appropriately. I'm going to take some of these bases, but I'm not too terribly worried about the really far ones. As you go further out, you're going to have more stompers and more striders and whatever to deal with, and without actual weaponry, like I'm literally just fighting with my lasers, it's a little difficult. I'm glad I took the giant egg raft out there. That could have spawned a stomper. And, that would have been no fun. I did already take a stomper down earlier. I am capable of it. It would just have been a nasty surprise. Wouldn't have been a lot of fun. Okay, there we are. Let's continue up, and I guess I will take out some of this, though I kind of feel like as I fly out to reveal more and more of these nests... Yep, there's a stomper right there. I'm just going to wind up revealing more and more nests that I want to deal with less and less. Guess I will go ahead and start on the stomper, try and draw him away from the strider. Oh, come on. Yep, it's not exactly exciting, but it gets the job done. Ooh, my shield got kind of low there. Maybe I should try and keep a little bit of distance. Just trying to stay close enough so that my lasers don't stop firing, because they do get a decent amount of regen. We're also getting into nighttime, it looks like. A little hard to tell. Okay, there we go, finally. Let's get the eggs over here dealt with before another one just spawns. Oh, yep, look at that. There's just another. Oh, there's actually 2 of these large egg rafts. I guess I should go ahead and get those dealt with just immediately. A little dangerous, but I think I'm fine. The little guys are eating a lot of the lasers, unfortunately. Which means I'm not dealing any damage to the stomper at all. There we are. That's most of the little guys done. I might take the striders out, because they're kind of annoying. Let's get ahead of him. There we are. Lead your shots a little bit. The stomper's stun is pretty gnarly if he catches you in quick succession. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, once more, let's just whittle away at this guy. Takes like 2 minutes to get through this much HP, but it is worth it in the long run. More than halfway. Go down, Mr. Stomper, go down. Okay, come on. And there we go. Okay, finally. So, how far away? I'm very far from base. I don't think I want to, continue doing this. I will take out this little one. There's another little one to the south of me. And I will go ahead and take that just because it, buys me time, prevents expansion. There we are. But I think I'm done with that for a little while. I also have 37 eggs on me. I only have 10 minutes with those. Those might just go in a box and get blown up, I gotta be real with you. In fact, I think that is exactly what I'm going to do. Not like I'm going to be setting up pentapod breeding within the next 10 minutes. So let's get a little wooden box. I have no way to blow it up. Hold on. I can make, like, a red ammo. Oh, nope, not that. Hold on. There we go. There we are. So, no more pentapod eggs. That problem is dealt with. Those are right on the way. So, before I do too much more, let's go get these guys dealt with as well. Because if I start growing in this green-yellow area, they will very quickly be very mad. Fortunately, these guys are pretty small and not too bad to take care of. I'm just hoping I don't reveal too many big nests as I come out here to deal with these. And of course, there's another Stomper. Yeah, I'm really missing not having some, like, Tesla ammo or something right now. Once again, let's get rid of the Strider first. There we are. Okay, and now, for the next 2 minutes, we just whittle this guy away. There was another nest up here I didn't even see. Guess I'll go ahead and see what this next nest... There's another Stomper. Okay. Well, here we are. You know what? I can make wooden ammo, I guess. That'll accelerate things a little bit. Technically. In the most technical sense. Just as it crafts, I'll keep using it. There we go. Alright. Round 2. I mean, it's not doing nothing, I guess. I don't know. Like, I guess it feels a little faster. I don't know why my shield was going down so fast there. Let's be a little more cautious, maybe. Also going to run to this direction. So, ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's not take more damage like that. And there we go. Okay. I just didn't want to reveal even more nests heading out to the east there. I think I'm pretty much good as far as coverage goes. There's a little bit to the north. There's like one nest to the south, but I'm good. I think I'm gonna call my my expansion efforts there. Speaking of expansion, they will of course just expand right back into those territories and take all that land back. But, you know, what can you do? You can't permanently prevent that. You just barely do not connect. Can I just move you? Also, you're gonna need power. Let's just not put you there. Long power pole. Where can I draw power? Let's draw power from, like, right here. Of course, all the fruit on the belt has spoiled, but that's not exactly a shock. I pretty much knew that it would. That's just how setting stuff up on Gleba goes. And there we are. Okay, so that's got you power. At least I would assume so. There you are. Okay. If I put you here, that puts a RoboPort right there. Let's see how that works. I don't know if it will work or not. That does give coverage. Okay, so we are A-okay there. You, of course, don't have power, so let's make sure we get you connected. You want a RoboPort to fill that gap right there. Not that I have any, but, you know, it would be cool. Is anyone over at Gleba right now? No, of course not. The garbage truck is picking up supplies, though, so that's always nice to see. Waiting on modules mostly, but they are coming. No prods. That's not exactly a shock. Yeah, that's fine. How's Hat doing? Hat is over Fulgora, just waiting on ammo, it looks like. Yeah, your ammo is completely exhausted, unfortunately. because you would be nice to have. Well, that's fine. Are you requesting Teslas? You're not even requesting Teslas? Yes you are. Okay, you are requesting Teslas. That's good to see. You're not requesting lasers, but I guess I can just build lasers here. That's not exactly a problem. Let's deal with the egg situation the same way I dealt with my previous load of eggs. There you go, and you know what? You can have some of this spoilage too. I think that's more than enough for me. But really? There we go. What I would like, actually, are blue chests. So on this uncategorized thing right here, let's make sure I request a couple chests. Just a few. I do bring them, so I might as well request them. All cool. I'm going to throw the wood into storage. And I have a bunch of accumulators on me I don't need. A reason I should be carrying those around. I almost gave them my landfill, but honestly, I'll keep the landfill on me. I think that's fine. Throw those in there. I don't know that well, I'll keep them for now. I guess that's fine. So, this should be mostly set up and ready to go. I am missing a couple foundries. In fact, do I request foundries? I don't think I do. Okay, that should be, once again, orbital requests. I think that makes the most sense. So that's going to be production, foundry, like 10. I should do the same for EM plants. Yep, that's all cool. I can't help but notice here I can't set where I want them to come from. So let me go back to garbage truck and make sure that is all set correctly, because otherwise it's going to default to the incorrect planets. So let's make sure that's all in novice orbit. Oh cool, okay. Yeah, seems fine. I do want to make a few heating towers, and I should have heat pipe. Not that heat pipe is super expensive, but I don't have steel. And it's a little annoying to make without steel. Maybe I can turn some of this iron into a little extra steel. I do have a couple electric furnaces, so maybe that's not an awful idea. Let's just pop these guys, like, right here. I turned personal bots off, that's the problem. Let's just do that, there we go. And then a little bit of steel, a little bit of steel. In you go. Reason being, if I didn't say, I wanted to make heating towers, but heating towers do take a decent amount of steel. Not exactly sure. There they are. You also take concrete, which is... fortunately, I have concrete in here. So let's just go ahead and request some of that. I guess I have no power? I have absolutely no power. Well, not super cool. I'll make 4 boilers just ahead of time, I guess. Can I make any heat pipe? Heat pipe takes a lot of steel. I might just grab a little bit from you. I don't think I'm gonna need that many for only 25 heat exchangers, so... Or, even then, I don't know if I'm gonna need 25 heat exchangers, especially since I only have enough to run 15 heat exchangers worth of turbines. See, once the sun comes back, we are making a slight power surplus, so that's cool. And there's my first 2 heating towers. Okay, very good, very nice. Can I make any tanks, actually? That requires more iron. We just grab all of my iron, and I can still only make 2. Not super awesome, I gotta say. Hackid does have iron. If he can ever leave Fulgora, for some reason he cannot get ammo made. Oh, I don't have enough electricity. Interesting. He doesn't... Okay, let me swap out what modules you request. So, from Novice, swap you out, your 2s, from Novice. And I will go ahead and say, those should be upgraded, those should be upgraded, all those should be upgraded. These, those. That all seems fine. Do you have any more solar panels on you? You have solar panels, and a little bit of space platform, not a lot. But I could add a few more solar panels if you really needed me to. Actually, I don't know if I could, because I'd have to add them here, and that's a big gap I'd have to fill in. Because even if I wanted to just put a panel here, then I would have to fill in all of this in here. And that would be a problem. Fulgora does have efficiency 2 modules. I just don't store enough. Do I have rockets? I do have rockets available. Let me just increase the number of modules that I keep. Yeah. Okay. I didn't think I'd be shipping these off of Fulgora, but here we are. So let's just get all of these set. There we are. If Hackid's just going to be sitting here anyway, might as well get some modules out of it. That said, for the time being, can I place this? It does look like I can. Even pick up that bit right there. Do I still have at least 9 left? I have exactly 9 left. What are the odds? There we go. Very nice. Okay. Well, sorry, Hackid. That's the best I can do for you at the moment. Let's get back to glebbing. Okay, you never got placed. That's fine. I guess that's probably another thing I should be requesting here, is roboports. Okay. How is Garbo? You're just waiting on prods. I hate to tell you, pal, you're not gonna get them. Just go on back to Gleba. Make your next delivery. And while I wait for that, I'm going to finish off my coffee for today. Ah, coffee. Okay, these are done making however much steel I'm going to be able to get out of them. Not a lot. Not even enough. I need stone, actually. Stone is the problem. I can go get some stone. Kinda thought one of these things in here might yield stone, but actually don't see any of them, so might as well just come grab this. And there's another 2 more. Make a couple tanks. Might as well make a few more. The reason I want tanks is because I did have tanks set down here to buffer the molten metals, but I would also like tanks so I can buffer steam. I would like to have the heating towers doing something with their heat, which is going to be steam generation. I'm already going to be running off of steam power anyway, since I'm going for nuclear power, so the heating towers are just a nice little bonus towards that. And of course, the ultimate goal on Gleba is to try and run off of rocket fuel. But up until I have rocket fuel production actually running, that's a difficult challenge. So temporary nuclear, and nuclear is a backup still. But either way, primary power will be steam through steam turbines. Oh, and there's my delivery. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay. So those are going to go get placed. Yeah, the prods are still missing, like I knew they would be, but that's fine. Regrettably, no roboports and no chests, but I guess we'll live. Okay, so my planting area down there is ready to go. Let me go ahead and pick up the wood off the end of this belt, since that's the only time we're ever going to have wood on there. Excessively lazy and just import a 2x2 nuclear and then just keep shipping over fuel. I mean, that is certainly a valid way of doing it, don't get me wrong. Okay, I think I need to just start actually designing Gleba stuff at this point. Metals and circuits and all are cool, but I don't know how much longer I want to keep putting it off. I think it's just about time to just push on. What I probably should do, though, is have a little area that buffers metals for bots. And if I'm already making circuits here, then maybe I'll run something over this way. Break those. Sorry, bots. Let's see, where does this fit? Of course it fits there. I guess you're gonna go on the inside. So I'm gonna have a little bit of plate and steel production, a little bit of copper production. Maybe even just like literally right here. It fits perfect. So let's just see what I can do. Hold on. So if I put these here, let's say one for iron plate. Hold on. One for steel. Probably more for steel, but you know, just to get started, we'll move these around as we need. One for pipe is probably cool. I guess that can stay, but I do want to come over this way. And then do one for underground pipe. Which means I'll have to get more molten iron into you somehow. Not entirely sure how that's going to work, but we'll figure it out. What else do I want over here? Concrete, I guess? Your stone bricks, molten iron, and water. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could do iron sticks instead for power poles, but I do have this whole other side over here too. Yeah, okay, you can be sticks, and then actually I will just do a little bit over here, and then this can be my bot delivered stuff. So you can be concrete, and then you can be underground pipes. Oh, and we just completed a research. First time in a while, I feel like. My laziness also does not bother importing calcite. I just smelt everything in electric furnaces. I mean, calcite is very easy to bring in, though. Like, you can manage the calcite. If nothing else, before too long, you can just make calcite in space. One thing about Gleba is that usually sourcing water is not a problem. There's water all over the place. If anything, this is probably one of the longest connections I will ever have to make on Gleba for a water connection. Let's be a little careful about where I connect up in there. Yeah, let's bring that back just a tad. So I'll bring you out to at least there, but then... where does this connect? Okay, that's fine, I guess. I'm not thrilled about it, but it works. Just connect in like that, and everyone's all happy. Okay. This is within construction range. I just have to actually have a Ruboport. You'd think, and you might even point out, that I'm already hauling calcite to Novice, and on the very same ship that supplies Gleba from Novice. Yeah, that's probably something you could arrange then. I think you could manage. Okay, this guy still needs stone bricks, and he also still needs output. He outputs 6 a second, but only takes in 2. So, let's say we supply you with a long arm. Your output can just be fast. So, supply and output. And I don't think I'm gonna bother limiting that. I think you can just fill up with concrete, and that's fine. Let's see. Yeah? Oh, cool. I politely ask for the amount of logic to not be present in the conversation. Is the logic in the room with us right now? Power. Let's not forget power. There we are. Okay. We don't need that. Powering all of this gonna be a real pain in the butt. Yeah, how am I gonna do that, actually? Somehow you fit perfectly there. What if I bring you down just a smidge? You would fit if I moved this whole thing down a square, and technically I can. So, oh, the pipe, though. Oh, the pipe would be in the way. I can also just move the pipe down. Yeah. There we go. Good enough. Okay. And then I'll just decom planner since I can't actually reach any of that. Move all of that. And you can even go right down there, and that just works. Okay, it's not pretty, but it'll get the job done. All of this, once again, moves a single tile down. And because of that, that should fit right there. Where does that get the left side, though? Because that would make you want to have your guy right in the middle right there, which is kind of inconvenient. But honestly, I think I can just move the gears guy, and I'm not too torn up about that. Might as well get some modules in those guys as well. Move you right here, and you're gonna make gears instead. There's my gears. Okay. I have not given outputs to any of the other guys. That's probably something I should do. Probably would be wise. So, output. Output. You're gonna need an in and out. Let's have you output this way, and then you can output there. And I don't think you need bulk inserters. I think you're fine with the standard guys. You I do want to limit. I don't want like 10 trillion underground pipes. So let's come into here. Underground pipe. And we'll keep like 50. I think it is fine. Let's do the same for gears. How many gears do I want to keep? Probably a lot. But this is Gleba. This is Gleba. This is not Novice or something, so maybe like 500 is fine. Iron and steel, do I want to set limits? Not really, actually. The problem always arises that you need to have some way to deal with the bacteria when they back up, because they will almost certainly back up somehow. And you need to deal with them before they can spoil. Because if they spoil into ore, and the ore is a lot harder to deal with. But I don't actually remember how I've dealt with this in the past. I guess as long as I continue sending up rockets, it won't be a problem. But, like, when the base does sit idle, this is going to be a bit of a chore, unfortunately. There is bacteria from fruit, and I guess I will have to set up some sort of jumpstart recipe that gets that to work. I was just hoping to avoid that. Yeah, need to start it from 0. I was just kind of hoping I could avoid it somehow, but I think I will just incorporate that somehow. This got placed in a weird mess of a way. I bet I don't request bulk inserters, so let me come in here. I do not. I don't even know if anything has bulk inserters on them, but let me go ahead and add that to requests. Oh, and it's coming down. Okay. Garbage truck had some. How nice. Unlike eggs, which you can just continuously burn, the technical term is the Orphan Obliterator 5000. I mean, they will, even before they're born, they get to power the factory. They give their lives for the great boilers. Cat Kid, I'm sure, does bring in greens from somewhere. Actually, it doesn't look like he does. What? Let's add that to new planet from Vulcanus. Yeah, just straight up doesn't. Okay. There we go. You have enough. You can just leave. Just come on over to Gleba. Fine. Okay, let's finally get all this working. For the most part, I haven't bothered because I don't have all my supplies yet. I'm still waiting on a bunch of inserters and stuff, but I guess I need to go ahead and start getting stuff down now. It does mean I should start my production areas, and if all my metals are down here, I should also do bot production down here. So, same old, the stuff you do on every planet. So let's start with power poles. Technically, these can be made with productivity in an EM plant. Who's wasting an EM plant on productivity on power poles? I would just like to ask you some questions. Okay, so start there. The next one, let's say inserters, but granted, to make inserters we actually need the wooden inserters, so we'll see how this goes. I'll probably wind up importing yellow inserters just permanently, but there is a little bit of wood to be had on Gleba, so they will be able to produce sometimes. In the same way, making assemblers is a bit of a fool's errand. But I will do my best. So start with ones. The ones require wood. Twos, might as well throw threes in there. And I don't actually think I need chemical plants, because I think everything you can do in a chemical plant you can just also do in a bio plant. So there shouldn't be any reason to do that. What I do want are heating towers. So I guess I should also make the requirements for heating towers, so boilers and heat pipe. I use EM plants for that. There's no heuristic for what I care about and why. Well, you know, fair enough. You get cheaper power poles than I do, I guess. What am I doing? Boilers, that's what I want. So, boilers. Heat pipe. Maybe I'll go ahead and make something that makes turbines so I can expand power and heat exchangers. In which case, I should also do tanks. That seems reasonable. I do need roboports. I just happen to see those. What else do I want? All the chests I'll throw together. I do need comparators. Those I actually need in order to even produce more of the bot ball. Let's go ahead and drop a layer. So, being able to make bots would be cool. I'll go ahead and throw bots in here. Which does mean I'll do one that does engines. I won't do electric engines here. Those will need their own setup. But, you know, I'll do 2 that produce engines, and then in the next square I'll have 2 that produce robot frames. Frank, it's only on Fulgora, but that was less funny. You know what? Funny enough, I think I also use the implants on Fulgora to make specifically substations. But that's the only planet where I make substations in an E-implant. Let's see. What am I even doing? So, things that I need. What else do I need on this planet? I guess I'll go ahead and set up rocket launcher production for rocket turrets. I can't actually make rocket turrets yet, but I will eventually, once they are researched. Don't know if I want to make artillery here. Landmines, actually. Kinda cool. I might set up landmines, even though I can't make them yet. Let's just plan to have some. Walls will be cool, but they won't be done on the bot wall. I might set up a little personal stuff so that I can have Spidertrons on Gleba. I don't know, though. Yeah, I don't know. If I do, I'll do it later. It's no big deal. Rockets, actually. If I have production here, I should have rocket production. I'm sure there's more things I'm forgetting, and I am racking my brain trying to think what they could be. Maybe furnace? No, furnaces don't make much sense. I can just bring furnaces in if I need furnaces. Oil refinery, I guess? Don't think I need that, actually, now that I think about it. It's not like I'm gonna have coal. I don't have oil. Yeah, okay, I don't need that. In the future, if I want to go from carbon to coal to light oil, I might need a oil refinery, but that's a little ways off. I already did you. I did the heat pipe. Any modules or anything like that will be made in E-implants. I guess repair packs are very important on Gleba, actually. I don't have chests yet, so I do need those. Go ahead and get those built. And let's go for one more square. Is there anything else that I need? I didn't make storage chests yet. Lamps. Lamps are good. Oh yeah, I am gonna need these, but those are gonna have to be special because they take nutrient. Refined concrete takes water, and I don't think I really need it. I'll be importing cliff explosives. I'll be importing belts, most likely. Oh, ag powers, of course. We'll definitely need those. And then, yeah, that's only made in assemblers. Wanted to make sure I couldn't get, like, you know, biochamber prod on them or something. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else, actually. I guess ammo would be cool. Though, again, I'm not really going to be shooting much. Not like I'm using gun turrets here. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. You know what? I'll have something that makes exos. Why not? Maybe I'll go with energy shield ones, and then I'll have something that upgrades the 2s. Nah, that sounds silly. Yeah, exos. Okay. And then in the future, I'll expand that out with more personal stuff, but for the time being, I think that's just fine. Let's leave it as it is. I am running down personally because I'm hoarding all the assembling machines and power poles on me, so I am going to have to be the one to go and make those. There we are. I also apparently had all the cliff explosives, so I guess that's fine. Okay. They're doing their best over there. They'll get to it eventually. We will need more Roboport coverage to the north, it looks like. I'll just put you right on the edge of this substation there. Okay, we have no power, that's why you're blinking, that's fine. I guess I should go ahead and get the reactor placed in. That would probably be smart. So, let me just copy what I have on Novice. So, come down this way. And I don't think I'm going to copy the whole great big thing. Though honestly, why not? I only have 4 reactors. But I can just take 2 of them out. Okay, I do remember that I have to grab you as a blueprint and take the pumps off. Otherwise, the pumps make it very difficult to copy this in place. Grab you back to Gleba. And let's find a nice place to pop you. Probably right here. Looks good. So let's just run in that direction. And there's a big old big old bit of water down this way. Maybe like right here or so. Let's say like right there. So of course I'm not going to have nearly enough to get all of this done. Actually, that was right on top of my existing Roboport, which is not what I wanted to do. Let's instead do a little more like that. And that'll still work out just fine down here. Oh, that's taking the tanks I built for metal storage, actually. Oh well. I guess that's fine. Cat Kid is over Gleba right now. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a few more construction and logistic thoughts. All the Roboports. Probably more power poles. Pipe, believe it or not, is kind of cool. All the belts. Maybe more splitters of each tier. All the cliff explosives. Those are always cool. Probably more solar and accumulators. All the concrete. I actually need concrete for the towers, the heating towers. I do want the steel. Maybe I'll even grab some of the electric engines, why not? Let's do that just to help kickstart me. Drop those down. And yeah, I think that's probably just about good. I don't think I need too much more than that. Maybe drop the requester chests, actually. And I don't think I need the storage. I think I'm okay on the storage. I would go ahead and just send you back to Novice so you can start making your loop again, but you actually have absolutely no ammo, so I will allow you to just sit there and stock up, I guess. Why are these guys just sitting there? Oh, we have no power, that's why. Well, that's what I'm trying to solve, guys. I'm doing my best. Let's see if the personal bot can help out just a smidge. Oh, there's lots of junk on the ground. I guess this is landfill from the previous place where I tried to copy it in. Oh, there's another big old thing. Probably mostly spoilage. Oh no, it's all copper. Well, that's fine. Okay, we're getting some of the first bits placed in. Can I make more tanks? I'm missing steel. Okay. There is steel in the hub. Oh, I've overfilled the hub. Yep. Oh, whoops. Well, didn't really intend to do that. That's too bad. Okay. Hold on. Didn't I grab a bunch more bots? I guess they're on the ground somewhere. I'll look for them. Yeah, let's just pick up the mess. Yeah, there's a bunch more construction bots. They can help. Don't want to get rid of my personals, but there we are. Good enough. At least there were no belts nearby that all this junk could get carried away on. I guess the only one getting carried away was me. Kinda forgot I couldn't just send as much as I wanted down here. I hope they're still making progress down this way. No, no progress at all. Okay. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Have the logistics bots help out at least a little bit. I'll keep the ore on me, actually. That, oddly enough, might be something that I need to hand deliver. We have no power. Okay, let's get rid of all of my belts for now, I guess. Yeah, just throw out the things I don't necessarily need on me. Like all of this, the miners, those things. Well, I don't need this many circuits. Any of the electric engines. I don't need the rocket silo, I guess. Yeah, we'll stay just like that. Okay. Well, that's that whole mess picked up. We just have no power. Okay. Let's see if I can personally go build some of this out. So let me grab turbines, heat pipe, heat exchangers. I'll leave the reactors for last. I need iron to make tanks, so I'll deal with that later. I do seem to be out of heat pipe, unfortunately. Yeah, that didn't even get me halfway. Alright, let's go up this way. See if there's anything I've left behind. I don't really think there is, though. Okay, so I am definitely then going to want to request more heat pipe. So, for now, Gleba requests from Novice are going to be kind of exhausted, I think. Maybe my best bet, funny enough, is to just throw my ore into the foundries down south, even though I have no power. Once the daylight hits, hopefully I will get a little bit of power. They're off building something. But I did want to come down here and throw all this copper ore into the foundries down here, and the iron ore into these foundries here. Not even enough for a full recipe. Okay. How's that, guys? Okay, moving very, very slowly, but it is moving. All the pipes did not get placed, so let me go grab some pipe. And by pipe, I mean iron to make pipe out of course. Very, very slowly. Okay. Is there iron in here? Unfortunately, I don't see any. Oh, there is pipe in here I guess I can grab. Little pipe there. You are carrying iron, funny enough. Can I snipe you out of the air? Yes, I can. That's literally 2 iron plate. Awesome. None in here, I'm afraid. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's not quite gonna do it. Anyone still in orbit? Hat Kid is. Hat Kid, you've got so much iron. Okay, thank you, Hat Kid, you are amazing. You are the best. Alright, let's leave that alone. Maybe grab some of the wood out of there. Drop the wood in here. Probably a good call. Let's grab all of that and start making pipes. Lots of underground pipes. I am gonna need them. This fortunately seems stable and I'm not expecting any more requests anytime soon. I might grab the solar and accumulators and just personally go build what's left of the solar square and probably add another one. However much I can, I think. I think we're outside of bot build range. Yeah, the top is outside of bot range regardless. I might go ahead and throw a roboport in here somewhere. Maybe like right there. Not that I have any roboports, I guess. You don't have roboports on you, do you? Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, what is my power situation? Absolutely 0. Awesome. Okay. Well, at any rate, let's go get these pipes placed in. I also need to make two offshores to supply water up here. Not that that's even going to matter, because I'm not going to have the heat exchangers necessary, so maybe I should go ahead and request a whole bunch more heat exchangers. That's probably a good idea. So, just temporarily, Gleba request for novice. Let's come up here and request heat pipes and heat exchangers. And why not, let's request a few more turbines as well. Because apparently I need a lot more. That should do. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll... I was gonna say maybe I'll request pipe, but I should be fine on pipe now. Let's go ahead and get these 2 guys capped in. There we are. I guess that'll get built eventually. Maybe a good one to throw on the old request here is roboports, because I'm already requesting roboports from other places, but they're just not showing up quickly enough, so let's just request a few temporarily. Okay, so pipe placement. Let's get some of these pipes placed in. Guess I need another one of these, because my nuclear will need it. Also, I need to be making a whole bunch of pipe. And let's just see what still needs to be placed. Okay, so this needs placement. That is all of my underground pipes, unfortunately. So let's speed that along. There we go. Anything down here, that all seems placed. This needs a little bit of help. Okay. We need a little more up here, but I believe that is now all placed. Very good. Okay. You literally have not even completed your first recipe. Okay. Okay then. You know what? I have efficiency 2 modules. Let me come up to the miners up here, because I believe those are my biggest power draw at the moment. Let's see, just for comparison. Where is your energy? Okay, you are at your limit. Actually, just 3 of you gets you to your limit, so let's reduce all of these to just 3. Didn't even realize when I threw them in there. I was being a little bit wasteful, I guess. So all of these are at their power consumption minimum. Let's go throw the leftovers into the foundries then. As much as I would love to have the prod in these guys, I just don't have that luxury at the moment. Certainly don't need that many. I was trying to drag you. Let's see. You are, it looks like, at your minimum. Yeah, that gets you perfectly there. So wonder if that's helped at all. Not really. Okay. Well, certainly the EM plants are also going to be taking a huge amount of that energy, but that's the best I can do right now, I think. I'm just going to try and get the reactor up and running. Where are all the personals going? Oh, they're picking up stuff off the ground. Okay. That's fine. Let's come up this way and see what I can do to start getting some stuff coming in. So, Hat Kid is still stuck over Gleba, but he does have enough ammo now that he can just head on back to Novice, I think. Should be fine. I might go ahead and reduce your limits now that I have a few damage upgrades to like 350. Just so you're moving around a little more often, but if you start taking damage, then I'll have to bump you back up, I guess. There we are. So, who would be best for supplying right now? Garbage truck, perhaps? I'll do the same thing here, reduce your limits to 350, and I'll probably slowly make my way to all of the ships over time. I'm not going to go through and change all of them right this moment. Let's go ahead and drop those tier 1 efficiencies. I don't really need those. We're just waiting on those mods, but we're not likely to get any anytime soon, so let's just go ahead and head out. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Let's go ahead and queue more research so it stops flashing at me. Electric damage is probably going to be nice for the near future. What else might be cool? Probably start on a new ship. If you mean for Aquilo / Maraxsis, I've probably got a bit. Maybe worker speed. Like, you're not wrong. Might be a good thing to start looking into, but I'm also not too worried about it. Just queuing some random research just so the base isn't sitting idle any longer. Did look like we just got a big delivery of something. I'm not entirely sure what. Oh, we've got power again. That's why everything jumped to life. I guess just enough to get some of the bots charged, at least. I mean, you're not wrong. The reason I'm not starting the ship yet is because it's going to need to be a completely new design, because it's going to need rocket turrets. And if I'm going to be building a ship that requires rocket turrets, building it before I have rocket turrets is a little preemptive, I think. So I'm probably going to wait until I at least have Gleba Science up and running, and then probably start the new ship. Because even then, rocket turrets require research to be done. It's not exactly a a quick thing to happen. Though I don't actually think they're that expensive either. Like yeah, it's probably a single trip worth of Gleba science, even with the decay. I mean, it's not like it's going to hurt anything. So if I launch a new ship from Novice... let's see... What would a good one be? A good name. This is specifically going to be my Maraxsis ship. You can be the Nautilus. I think I spelled that right, but you know what? If it's spelled wrong, that's just me being creative. Okay, let's see if I can't help these guys out just a little bit. I'll grab some of the turbines. I do want to leave them some of the substations. No heat pipe, no heat exchangers. Okay. Let me just place what I can. Actually, the heat exchangers are the most important part right now. I don't care so much about the steam turbines. I do care about the pipes. Speaking of pipes, how is any of this hooked up and ready to go? Okay, you do have molten iron in you now. I don't have outputs on these guys in the middle. That's honestly somewhat intentional because I can't support the energy load of all this production up top yet. I do have just a little bit of pipe production, it looks like. I don't put pipes into a chest over here, so that's odd. Let's go ahead and set limits on these guys. There you are. I knew I'd find you eventually. Let's keep like 500 pipes in store. Pipes are pretty cheap. And probably about the same for iron rods, though maybe not that many iron rods. Maybe like 100. Keeping more than that seems just a tad excessive. These, of course, aren't counted as being in robot coverage, though, because I still have no power. So I guess I am going to wind up having to build this by hand, even though I did try and bring enough bots with me. Just the way the game plays. So let's see. Everyone is over Novice right now. That's probably not good, because that means Novice is going to be very overtaxed. It's going to have no rockets available. Yeah, Novice has seen better days. Like, it's doing its best. It's trying to keep up. I mean, it's not doing too poor of a job, I'd say. That's like, what, 6 rockets? 6 rockets at once isn't bad. And this one's going to be running too, since those are going. Oh yeah, that's all of them. I'm actually very impressed with the ability to launch 10 rockets pretty much continuously with my amount of production. That's not bad at all. Yeah, we are sending up a lot of supplies. Actually, this one's just sitting at idle. We don't even have anything for that one. So, let's see. Garbage truck, what are you requesting still? You've got everything you need but the turbines? I mean, turbines are nice. Okay, they are both on the way also. Nearly have the modules. Probably not going to wait for those, though. We have plenty of ammo to leave. Once the turbines show up, I will probably just leave. Yeah. They're arriving right now. And let's just head out. So, at the very least, that hopefully will be a big enough delivery that I will be able to complete the reactor, and once the reactor's up, then I can stop relying on this pitiful little solar field, which is not even close enough to not even close to meeting our power demand. It is going to be a second though, so maybe I'll continue planning out a little bit more of the base. So I do have both fruits coming in at this point. Maybe I should try and work backwards. Seems reasonable enough. So, biochamber. Let's just see what all I need. So I know I'm going to need a few things made in biochambers. So first being more biochambers, but that can kind of be just wherever. I can do cracking. I kind of forgot you could do some of that stuff in biochambers, but that's not really what I need. Let's see. Oh, I don't have any of the recipes. They're locked behind trigger text. Yeah, okay. That makes things a little more bothersome. Let's see, what are you all locked behind? Okay, you're really only locked behind make just a bunch of bioflux. How's Gleba been? Not the worst. Not my best Gleba run, not my worst Gleba run. For the most part, I drastically underestimated how much power I was going to need, and I'm very much just waiting right now for a ship to come and bring me supplies. But it is nearly here, and once it arrives, I will be able to build, hopefully, the rest of this reactor, or at least enough to get it up and running. Let's see. Can I... How many tanks am I missing over here? Missing quite a lot of tanks, actually. That would be steel, and steel would be nice to have, but steel only comes from Hat Kid at the moment, and Hat Kid is stuck over Novice waiting for modules, which he's not going to get. Let's go ahead and continue on. Actually, let's go back to Novice real quick and drop these Tier 1 efficiency modules, because I don't really want to be carrying Tier 1 modules anymore. Now you can go to Lignumus. There we go. Okay. So Garbage Truck is just now dropping off its supplies. Very nice. So we do have most of our stuff coming in. Regrettably, I don't have the power for the bots to actually build my reactor for me, so I will have to do this by hand. But let's just see how that goes. Alright, bots, do your worst. I need some pipe. How much pipe can I make? I can make a good bit of pipe. Let's just go ahead and handcraft a whole bunch of pipe. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of little missing pipe segments through here, and that is important because that's how I move my steam around. I can actually make a couple storage tanks now also, so let's go ahead and do that. I have already expended all of the heat pipe, which does kind of suck, so... Maybe I can, since this is all connected with pipe anyway, I can harvest some of the heat pipe up here. And from the other side as well. Come on, guys. There we go. And then build it down to where the reactors are. Let's see, will you at least put it in up here? No. No, you're gonna go build down there. Okay, never mind. I guess I'll just have to trim a little more this way. And a little more from over here. I think engineer's brain can spoil and rot. You know, maybe not yet, but I think you're onto something. I think that's a hypothesis that I am currently testing. Okay, you know what? Personals, if you're not gonna play nice, I'll just have to do it myself. Wait, what? Oh, it needs landfill. That's why they aren't placing that. Okay, sure, good. You go all the way over there. Whatever. Let's go ahead and get these placed back. Oh, why is it one at a time? Okay, there we go. Okay, the bots do whatever they want. Let's see, do I have any more metals? I have no more metals. You know what would be really cool is more cargo bays. Let's see if anyone visiting happens to have more cargo bays, because I sorely need them. There we are. There's literally cargo bays right here. Oh, I guess they dropped. Okay. Someone's orbiting us right now and happen to have cargo bays, so that makes sense. Why didn't you get placed? I guess you're missing landfill? Yeah, robots love to disrupt plans you have. That is very true for some reason. I do have my Tesla turrets in. Not that I can use them. Okay, what do I need? I need so many more turbines. I need quite a few more heat exchangers. I need so much more heat pipe. I need way more than I thought I did. I actually have more heat exchangers up here. Heat pipe, I might increase that to 100. I don't know if I'm gonna need many more heat exchangers. What's the rocket size? Rocket's 25. Let me reset you to 25, so I only send one rocket up. Turbines. I don't really know how many more turbines I'm gonna need, to tell you the truth. Let's go ahead and send garbage truck back to Novice, though. Is there anything on here that I need? Pipes would be kind of cool, but I can just make pipes. You know what? Tanks. Funny enough, I could use some tanks. Tanks are kind of nice. Hold on, why didn't you drop? Thank you. Now go to Novice. Okay, Hack Kid, how's it going? You're waiting on so many things. Why are you waiting on so many things? That's not a reassuring sight. I have no rockets. Just because they've all been used. Okay, I'm making more. I've just exhausted how many I had. I guess that's fair. I mean, I do request a lot from Vulcanus. That is fair. Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, you're gonna be there for a while, I guess. Okay, garbage truck, maybe just temporarily. I will request a little bit of iron and steel into you. Oh, that doesn't make sense though, because all I need is power. Once I have power, I can make my own iron and steel. I just need power. Which is heat pipes and heat exchangers. I'm already bringing those in, so let's just leave it at that. You're almost back to Novice now. Yeah. We're going to be fine. Let me go grab landfill. I do have landfill. Even if I have no power. That's plenty of landfill, I'd say. First thing, get this placed in. There we are. And then let's come down here, and there's probably lots of stuff that needs landfill through this area. Oh yeah, lots of stuff. Oh, I guess most of those were turbines, actually. I guess I picked up a bunch of turbines. A lot of landfill, though, is getting placed. That does seem to be in high demand. Let's see. Oh yeah, that was all of that landfill, actually. That's quite surprising. I guess I'll go grab more. We're pretty much down to it at this point. The reactor's so large. let's just grab all of it, I guess. We have a very small trickle of power coming in now, so those miners are running, technically. I can handcraft 9 more pipe, so I guess I might as well. Maybe I really will come to Garbage Truck and request a little bit of pipe from Novice. Maybe that's not an awful idea. Because, man, I sure need it. Not enough to fill a rocket. Only 13 available, but that's fine. That's just because I never stored much on Novice, because I didn't think I would need to be shipping it off in bulk. But here we are. Yeah, once these things land, I'll probably go ahead and send it off again. Though you don't have much ammo. How quickly are you filling up? Not very quickly, gotta tell you the truth. I'm a little worried about sending him off right now that he might run out of ammo before he reaches Gleba. He's still waiting for supplies, too. There he is. Okay. Maybe, I was gonna say maybe I'll wait. Maybe I won't. I really don't want to wait. There's literally nothing for me to do right now because I don't have power. I can even try and just, like, sketch out designs on Gleba, but even then, sketching things out can only get you so far. I even kind of started doing that up here. So, the problem is I don't have any of the trigger techs. To make the trigger techs, I would need to make a whole bunch of bioflux, and I'd really rather not just waste a whole bunch of bioflux, because to make bioflux, I would have to go out and pick up a whole bunch of plants. That just sounds like a pain. Really rather not. Like, I can't even set the research for... or... I can't even set the recipe for research packs or anything like that to start building backwards. So... maybe I'll pick up some of this fruit on the belt before it spoils, and then go pick up some purple. Just make a whole bunch of bioflux. Nah, even then, 100 is actually quite a lot to try and make by hand. And I have no power, like I've got to emphasize that. It's definitely not being made not by hand. Okay, doing well enough. Figured I'd come in and check, like, how your power is doing and all. You are still tier 1 modules, so I could upgrade you to tier 2s. Efficiencies, that is. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. And there we are. Okay. Please drop whatever you have. Whatever you have to drop. I guess you already did. Let's see. Yeah, there's more heat exchangers. Let's go ahead and grab those. Let's just go and get those in. We do at least have enough power that some of the construction bots were able to fire up. Still need more. Still need more heat pipe too. I don't actually see heat pipe in here, though it does say it's on the way. I don't see it in here. What do you mean by on the way? How long does it take? Okay, there you go. No one else is in orbit, are they? No, that was just Garbage Truck. It just took a long time for whatever reason. Let's grab all of this. Grab some of that pipe. All of the pipe, I guess. And let's go get it plugged in. This, especially. Was that all of my heat pipe? That was all of my heat pipe, I guess. Okay. You know, I do need 2 more reactors. This design, I thought I was going to refactor it to do just 4 reactors, but it's a lot simpler if I just go ahead and fill in the 2 missing reactors here. So let's go ahead and get that filled in as well. I'm not going to wait for that to get the reactor up and running, but it is nice. Nice to have. You have absolutely 0 ammo. Maybe I'll go ahead and get you some Tier 2 modules into you. If I have them, I might as well go ahead and use them. There we are. And that's done wonders for power production. Even this far out, with solar panels this week, and this few of them, we are running just fine. Okay, let's see what I still have left to do. I need 1 heat exchanger. Are we... No, okay, I have plenty of heat exchangers. Let me actually go ahead and clear that as a request. No more heat exchangers. We're fine. No idea if I need more turbines. That's probably something I should go look at also. And why do I have so many construction bots in my inventory? I have no idea. Gleba is missing 34 turbines. I have no turbines in my inventory. No turbines in here. Okay, so 30 is about the right number then. How about 100? So about 100 is correct once again. We need a landfill. We need lots of combinators, lots of inserters. I can handle the combinators and inserters just fine. That's no big deal. Landfill, unfortunately, is a little challenging. Just a little challenging. What if I go ahead and throw my stone in there? Just get you started. And let's see... How far does that get me? Combinators and all. Can I handle any of that? I can handle all of that. So it was 20 arithmetic and 6 comparators. So I can do that. I can't unfortunately make any inserters because I don't have any iron on me. So there might be iron just in the landing pad. Let me find out. No, okay. Just because Hat Kid hasn't been here for a minute. Where are you guys going? What were you doing over there? What? What? I don't have Roboport coverage over that way, guys. What? I'm so confused. Why were you over there? Like, there is a Roboport over here, but it's not connected. Did they all fly out over there because I lost power in the main area and that had, like, placement charge? That would be weird if that's the case. And maybe even weirder that they came back? I don't know, that's very strange. I have absolutely 0 power. Yeah, okay. I am at the mercy of Garbage Truck at the moment. I really don't want to send you back with under 100 ammo, but I'm getting a little desperate. Yeah, okay, just go. Thing is, I don't even think that speeds up the process any, because I still have to wait then for it to come back, and it still has to build up ammo in order to come back. Let's dump the Tier 1 modules when we get to Novice. Oh, you actually had comparators in you. I guess I could have dropped those. Oh well. Yeah, let's see, what am I still missing? Okay, the landfill seems to have been covered, either that or they've just lost the fact that I need landfill. Either one, to be honest with you, is, possible. Perfectly reasonable. I could make one heat pipe. I don't think I will, but I could. Okay. What I might want, these give wood. And I can, if I have wood, make inserters. So let me grab all of these plants that do yield wood. And I actually have like a couple hundred wood in storage somewhere. So I also think I have sawmills. I have lumber mills, look at that. Lumber mills take fuel, not power. So I can use these even if I have no electricity. I just have to have some sort of fuel for them, which I think spoilage will manage. Yes, it will. Look at that. So let's go for burner inserters. I guess I could also just request inserters on garbage truck. Probably not a bad idea. Let's go ahead and do that. It just means it takes him a little bit longer to return. But, you know, we need stuff. So let's request stuff. A little bit of steel would be cool. There you are. One rocket. One rocket's worth of steel. And maybe some iron as well. Let's say rocket, okay, 1,000. Let's request 1,000 iron. That's fine. I have 4 more cargo bays. If I need to expand, might not be an awful idea, to tell you the truth. Let's get it going. Why are you waiting to put down landfill? What could you possibly be waiting for to place landfill? Please enlighten me. What are you waiting for? I'm so confused. Alright, you guys have fun up there. Let's pick up those guys. And... wait, what? I didn't realize that was a thing. Well, wait, why are you waiting then? I don't have that. Yeah, like, there's no way I can possibly do that. Let's do that. Thanks, guys. You're the best. Go team. Okay. How about these? Are those placeable? Let's see if I can just place you. Yes, I can. Okay. Then, I guess you just get to go over here. That's fine. All these extra construction bots. Keep those and give me a couple. There we go. Okay. Cat Kid is finally on his way to Fulgora. That's his last stop before returning to Gleba, and that will be a huge help as well. You're waiting on just the last few little bits. You also don't have heat pipe, unfortunately. Heat pipe... okay, you did send 50, you just don't have the full 100. I guess that's fine, 50 more is 50 more. You also have absolutely 0 ammo, so you're not returning anytime soon. Okay, let's do this. Get a little rudimentary lumber production up and running. Go over here and grab the wood. However much I happen to have. I think that's it. So, all the wood. Go into here. You need fuel. Have fun. Okay, so that's going to give me lumber and wooden gears. And out of those, I can start producing burner inserters. And with burner inserters, I can then make regular inserters as long as I have iron, which I do not, but there might be iron down here. There's 8. There is 8 iron, and 0 iron gears. Nothing in here. No. Okay. Okay, let's keep that going at least. I mean, I can't use burner inserters for a nuclear reactor. That's just not going to happen. Let's see, we should be building up ammo. It's not like we're going to be using ammo, just hanging out in novice orbit. Maybe I could swap some of this out with speed and just make more solar panels. Yeah, I know this is going to slow the ship down, but that's just the price I am going to have to pay. Because I need more power so that I can start removing some of these efficiency modules and replacing them with speed. And that's going to do unfortunate things to my power consumption. Let's see. Why, you don't have any metallic chunks. I guess that is because we're just sitting in novice orbit. There are no chunks of any kind, really. Okay, you're receiving your final bits of heat pipe. How is power? Well, as long as we're in novice orbit, power is still fine. It's not going to stay that way as we get out to further and further planets, though. I'm wondering if with our rate of iron production, if the speed's even gonna help. I think it should. I think it should. Yeah, it looks like it does. Okay. And the ammo can definitely keep up with it. Oh yeah, I think a single assembler up here could probably keep up with it. Let's see. Yeah, we're at 3.2-ish, and a single one of these can consume 3, so... For the most part, we are only running one ammo assembler, but we are at least running one ammo assembler, full time. So we are building up a little. Once we get to about 110, like right now we're at 100-ish, once we get to about 110, I will send it off, because I think that's enough. Yeah, we're between 100 and 110 right now, but we're getting there. And once we start encountering asteroids, that should actually help rather than hurt, I think. Let's see. Keeps flickering back to 100. There it goes. Okay. We were over 110 for just a second. Let's send it off. This is also the Gleba ship, so part of my thought process there is that I don't want it sitting around in orbit forever, because then the science is just going to rot. So I would much rather have to send a slightly beefier ship, maybe add a few more rockets or something to it if I really need to, than let all the science rot. And actually, with that thought in mind, I might need to add even still a little more production to the good old garbage truck here, because he does still take a little while to build up his ammo reserves between trips. But maybe 350 is still a little high. I think 100 is enough with this level of damage prod. So let me change you to 100 and just see if you take damage. Maybe I'll do like 120. There we are. I left with about 110, and it looks like that's going to be the perfect amount to get there safely, but that is pushing it pretty close. That's pushing it pretty close, so maybe I'll do like 130 then. Yeah, I think we are actually technically out of ammo. We're just running off the stockpile in the guns themselves, but we are going to make it. So 110, 120 is a little scary. All the same, there's our wonderful supplies, finally. So I'm going to take off the temporary request now. I don't think I need more turbines. Let's leave it at that. I think that finally is good enough, and we can actually start building on Gleba now. Yeah, I do think that's good. Where's all the stuff I need? Let's grab that. Grab some of the turbines. I guess I'm good on heat exchangers. I have a little bit of landfill on me, but not very much. I doubt it'll be enough. I do need to make a purple chest. I will do that before too terribly long. Just otherwise the reactor won't be able to output. But I do think that is finally enough heat pipe that we can get this guy going. We're still missing turbines and all, but we can make turbines. We can make the last little bit of heat pipe and heat exchangers and all that. We just needed it to be complete enough that we could actually run it, and I do believe we are at that point. So let me see, what do I need to do? You just need the last 2 reactors. Let's grab those. You need inserters. Grab those. Anything else? You need purple chests, so I'll grab steel and red circuits. And I guess you need storage. So let's grab storage specifically set to specifically filtered to spent fuel. There you are. At the moment, I have nothing to do with that. Maybe I'll send it up in a rocket. Maybe I'll just destroy it. Who knows? All you get back from it is a little bit of 238, so I'm not that eager to mess with it. I did not grab any steel. Why are you still going? Wait, why are you still filling up? What? I believe this is misconfigured, actually. This should also have the fuel thing on it. So let's make sure I do that, and then also set that back on novice. Because that is no good. There we go. Let's go and grab all the extra fuel cells out. And then just dump those in my trash. They'll get taken care of eventually. There is no water in here right now. There should be water in you. Yeah, there's water in you. Low temperature. Okay, you're just not up the temperature yet, but you do have water. We got a big wave of bots, so that's promising looking, but I know we didn't actually generate power yet. That was just a big bot spree from solar, I guess. Okay. I mean, they're doing their best. They're up to 400 now. Still too low. While I'm waiting, let's go to Novice and set those conditions. Let's correct all that. I didn't realize there was such a flaw. Make sure that's all correct. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh yeah, look at that. This is reading 2 uranium. You are reading from green and red, which is a bit of a problem. But I suppose it's fine. Like, it shouldn't realistically matter, because I don't want to put more fuel in until the fuel is spent, and the fuel won't be spent unless it's spent in all of the reactors, so it's fine. Anyway, turbines are running. There we go. Look at that. Power production, fantastic. Okay, very nice. So steam should be buffering in the steam tanks now. Yep, once all the turbines fill up at least. There we go, and we should now be buffering. Yeah, look at the steam buffer fill. Okay, awesome. Very nice. That is the same steam buffer that eventually the incinerators will fill. These guys, heating towers. Okay. Okay, we can actually start doing stuff again. Okay, I don't even know what to do anymore. So, this is all set. Oh, cool. So I can start the bacteria loop as soon as I have something feeding Bioflux down here. To feed Bioflux down here, I will need to clean these belts, of course. In fact, it might not be a horrible idea to send spoilage kind of en masse up this way, and then have a couple heating towers up here that take care of it and turn it into more steam. I'll have to source water from somewhere else. I can't get it out of here, and I certainly can't get these heat pipes out, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm perfectly okay with that. Never had interest in shapes until I saw a neuroplastics video. Yeah. And Shapes 2 is going well. I am happy to hear it. At least 2 is... Yeah, I played Shapes 1 a lot, and I played Shapes 2 a little bit when it came out, mostly just for support reasons, just because I had played Shapes 1 so much. And I did enjoy it. It's a fun game. I do start to feel a little aimless after a while, just again and again and again, like just making new shapes every time, but sometimes that's what you want. It's more of a... I play it more like a puzzle game than an automation game, if that makes sense. Like, how do I get the desired shape out of, you know, this configuration of stuff? Let's see. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Let's just do pipes along the top here, and then I'll have more heat exchangers up here. Probably overkill, but we'll see how it goes. Heat pipe across the top, and then let's get the incinerators up and going. Can this be raised? Not really. Okay. I can move you over there, though, and that's fine. You lose power, but you can be neatened up considerably by just moving your power pole over here. That's fine. These guys need fuel, of course. That's fine. Let's do fast inserters for now, but they'll probably get upgraded before too terribly long. There we are. Trains look on the horizon. And shapes, you mean? Like, yeah, I would like to mess with trains and shapes too a little bit, because I never really got around to them. They do seem interesting. It's just, you know, the same thing I've talked about before, like there's so much to do in so little time, you gotta start triaging somewhere. Falling on the side of Zachtronic stuff instead of shapes and Mindustry in terms of games people who play Factorio like. I half agree with that. And that I aspire to like Zachtronic's games more than I actually like them, I think. Like, they're not bad, don't get me wrong, but, for example, I could never see myself fully completing, like, Shenzhen.io. Not that I don't even have a lot of time in Shenzhen. It's just not something I can see myself ever playing to completion. Okay. Let's see what I can do. I want to come and pick up this wood because the wood doesn't really belong, and it's going to interfere with things. So let's just pick that up. Ooh, big delivery. Let's actually make sure I'm not requesting things I don't want to be requesting anymore. Okay, actually, all seems fine. Stopped at the trains, because I wanted to get there myself. Oh, fair enough. Never played Mindustry. I've played Mindustry for all of about 8 minutes, and I, at the time, didn't know it was popular. I found it on my phone, it was a random mobile game, and I just went at it. I played most Zachtronic games to halfway point because that's where I felt like I needed things I learned in 300 level CS to do the puzzles right. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I mean, is that they're fun puzzles until they're not. And man, once they're not, they're not. Just don't get the love from Mindustry. Tried and can't. Well, like I said, I didn't even know it was popular. I played it for all of 10 minutes one time, and even then it's not like I stopped because I was bored or anything. I just was like, that's a good stopping place for now. Don't need that. Don't need those. Okay. Focus. Let's focus. So, if this comes in... that's a terrible place if I want my termination point to be right here, unfortunately. I suppose I could have another set of heating towers at the bottom, and just have these heating towers be the terminus for this, and a heating tower or two down here as the terminus for anything that spoils down here. That's not crazy, I don't think. Maybe just go ahead and grab some of this and move it on down there. Let's see, where could I get something like that worked in? That works well. Actually, let me horizontally flip that, because it just works out a little bit better. There we are. Something like right about here. Seems fine. Then just connect the steam pipes in. Should be good. And then there's another belt of spoilage output. And then I have a dedicated belt up here as well. I completed Human Resource Machine, but only because I was in the middle of a fairly relevant class and had the skills to do it. Oh, I remember Human Resource Machine. It reminded me, at the time, maybe I'm showing my age a little bit, I loved Flash games when I was a kid, and it reminded me so much of a game called Lightbot. Lightbot ruled. Lightbot was great. And it was, not thematically, not like artistic style or anything, but in many ways it reminded me a lot of Lightbot. How am I going to do this? Okay, this stuff I believe just has to move. I don't think there's a reasonable way of getting around that. On the other hand, you do terminate right over there. So what if I actually just pick all of this up? Didn't really need to cut there, I guess. And unless something down here needs fruit, I can just... Does fruit burn? Hold on. I have to look at something. Burnable fuel. Okay, fruit does burn, so I can't just route you straight in, otherwise I'll be wasting some. But I can put a split, like, right here. Filter you to spoilage. And then just have you come out this way. And down. And in. And then all of these guys that have the spoilage down here, you can just come over and come up this way. Maybe I'll even do a little merge right there, so no one gets undue priority. I can just drop that straight. So straight down. And then spoilage can come right here. Right here. Sure. There we are. Maybe you can come in, like, right there. A little better, I think. Oosh. Okay. None of this wants to work with me here. What if I put you, like, right there? Okay, there we go, that works. That works. I hate... No! Why? Why? Okay, I can't... I won't. So, we're going around. There we are. Okay, very carefully... Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, there's gonna be damaged belts in the system, yay. HRM is exactly like where you control an office worker with pseudo-assembly. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I think I tried that game back in middle school, high school, but only it sounds vaguely familiar. My first coding game and intro to programming in general I can remember was Code Combat. A good starter. I was one of those kids that's been programming since I was like 9 years old. So Lightbot stands out to me because I was like, oh, like, this is fun, and this, you know, this utilizes a skill that I have, basically. So I did enjoy it quite a bit. Let me see if I can search for those damaged belts, because that will drive me crazy. They should have arrived by now, I would think. Yes, they are. Okay. Let's just throw those down. And there we are. Okay, so there's a belt. Should be spoilage ready. That comes in, goes in. We do need the heating towers. We need pipes, but that's fine. I can produce those. They will get made. Lightbot was the game. Yeah, Lightbot was great. Good memories of Lightbot. First introduction with code was opening Age of Mythology's campaign editor. That is bringing back memories of messing with... Oh, what was it? Why am I blanking on the name now? It was some, like, castle-y, like, settlement builder type game. And for some reason I'm completely blanking. I would usually know just immediately off the top of my head what that game was called. But, maybe my brain's already a little fried, which is, you know, not a good sign. Okay, I am going to move these. These are going to go over here somewhere. I am going to just have to reroute the pipes, but that's fine. Move you this way. Is that everything taken care of? It does look to be everything taken care of. You request 1,000 pipes? I don't think I want you requesting 1,000 pipes. I noticed the bot's taking so many pipes out of you a minute ago. Having no idea what I was supposed to do. That's kind of the tradition, though, when you first get into programming, is, oh god, what is any of this? That works well enough. And then I guess just along the side. And in. That works. Works well enough. Okay. You do need power. Hopefully this just works without complaining too much. There we go. Okay, very nice. Stronghold! Stronghold 2, I think. There we go. I knew the name would come to me if I just stopped trying to think about it. I knew it would come to me eventually. Okay. So we have all of my production buildings in. All I need is the bacteria and the nutrients. These guys need power down here, so I guess I will run substations down to them. Let's do that. And that. That should work. These guys likewise also need power. Where do you line up? Of course, you are not as nice. Why would you be? You know, you just get mediums. That's what you get for being difficult. Have fun. Okay. So everything is set up and ready to go. You come over, like, this way, I guess. Let's pick some of that up. And let's put a filter on you, the same way that I do down this way somewhere. There you are. Copy that. Bring this up here. Swap the side, might as well. And start bringing it in. And then this gets to be undergrounded. Right there. And you just come in. Nope, I was too slow. Okay, so that's going to get all this foliage flowing into here finally, and start getting it burned off. Unfortunately, that's not going to be able to produce steam yet. It's just going to burn because I don't have heat pipe, but that's fine for now. That's an aspirational goal. We will get there. What I do need to do now is go ahead and get the bioflux set up, which I am going to do right up here. And then a central belt of bioflux is going to go right here. So let's say bioflux gets to go like right up here, because this can split and continue on. This is right before this terminates, so let's say this is my highest point. I am perfectly okay with that. This cuts that way, and then you will have basically exactly the same thing you already have. What I'm thinking is, I need a way to split this off, take the fruit, but not take spoilage. Which I think I've done on Lignumus a couple times. So let me go crack down something like that. And if not, then I know it's on Novice somewhere. It's a pretty simple design though. There we are. It's just this kind of arrangement right here. So, instead of wood, of course. Speaking of wood, hello there. I guess you have hit a tree or something over there? Let me check the belts. There is more wood coming in. That's annoying. Unchecked, that would definitely wreck things later on, but you do seem to be finished now. Okay. Okay, all cool. So, grab you. Horizontal flip. No, actually, I do want it to be that way. I just want it that way. And I might as well go ahead and change the filter to be jelly nut. And the output would be right there, it looks like. Because then you get to go along with this guy. Oh, cool. Okay. The reason I need this is because if I do the filter, then fruit can only go left. It cannot go right here. So then I need a splitter to return it. And you could say I could just filter spoilage here. But then there's the same problem. Only spoilage could continue straight, and if I do happen to need more jelly nut to the north, that's a problem. So I guess it's not even a problem. If there's spoilage on the belt, jelly nut on this belt could eventually spoil also. Let's not overcomplicate things. There we are. So, anyway, bioplant, let's get you up here. And you're going to produce bioflux. So let's leave a little bit of room, about that much. And who knows how many bioflux chambers I'm going to need, so I'm going to start with 4. Red inserters in the front, and blue on the shoulders. And let's see if I can't get some substations in here. Substations would be nice, but I don't think I'm going to be able to continue any sort of grid into here. So I think I will just start a new grid from right around in here. I do have to leave room for output now that I think about it. So maybe I'll start like right there. And then just bring this in this way. Doesn't quite connect anything. Okay. You know what then? You just get to be a long power pole. And things will be more than happy to connect you in that case. There we go. Very nice. Okay. How did the C-block base look? C-block base was great. It's coming along real well. Let's get these connected in particular, it did look very organized. I mean, in C-block there's a tendency to try and spaghetti a solution together, or at least there certainly would be for me, so trying to resist that is often difficult. Let's see if I can both sides this. There we are. That way get, well, you only produce 2 a second, so I guess it's not like it really matters all that much. Maybe I won't even do that. Please. Thank you. Larger than expected. Mostly, what I was thinking, why are you not... Oh, you don't have seeds. That's right. I don't have anything that produces seeds. Also, you take jelly and Yumiko, not the fruit straight. So actually, none of this is correct. Let me redo this. Oh, please. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, to some degree, sure, but you know, there certainly could have been a lot more, I guess is my point. What are the ratios that I'm working with here? So 1 plant making mash, and 1 plant making jelly, and then 1 making bioflux. So 5, you produce 6, you produce 12, you take 4. Okay, so 1 to 3, and roughly 1 to 1. So let's say 3 biochambers making Yumiko, 1 making jelly, and 3 making bioflux. Seems fine. Trying to think how I'm gonna get that to work though. Okay, bit of a weird design, but hear me out. Okay, this is kind of gross, and I'm still not sure I actually like this, but like, well, let me cook. Okay, important filter to mash. On Gleba, you always have to filter absolutely everything, because everything can output spoilage in some way or another. Speaking of, I will have to have a way for them to output their spoilage. I might even just allow this top belt here to be a spoilage escape. And then I'll have the actual bioflux be a belt higher, so up this level. So this is actual bioflux. And then this is spoilage. Which will just come over to this belt and join. In fact, I could, rather than underground you there, I could just bring you down and in. Seems fine. And then you can be specifically for spoilage. There we are. I think that's fine. Everything down this way is going to have spoilage output anyway, so that just seems reasonable. Anyway. You don't fit, but blues will. Perfect fit. Very nice. You are going to need nutrient also. Could I do the opposite? Okay. Well, this is getting horrible really fast, but you know what? I'm loving it. Let's keep going. You need input, of course. Let's go ahead and make a little bit of nutrients. Just to see these guys get started. Okay, you do also output seeds, so I do need to deal with that. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Use filter. Yumiko seeds. And then let's copy that into place for the other guys. And that's going to go into a provider chest. And same over here. Okay. So that gives me fruit on the belt. I do need nutrients coming in across the top to keep the whole thing alive. And nutrients can spoil, but I will just have an inserter right there dealing with any backups. Might as well have one here as well. Doesn't hurt anything. Okay. So, closest I can place the next one is here, I'm pretty sure. No, if you produce nutrients,